all of my coffee for the day, so I'm drinking water. No. We were definitely talking about how in Dwarf Fortress you start with 7 dwarves because Snow White. That's what we were talking about. Your holiday trip starts in 8 hours. Where are you headed to? For some reason, my brain's telling me you're going to Germany, but I don't know why. I hope that you have a good trip, though. Are you going to be gone for a bit then, or Germany? Yeah, okay, my brain was right. Cool. I feel like the weather is probably better where you're at right now than in Germany, but I guess you'd have more wintry weather in Germany. Says that as he's checking the weather. Yeah, it's supposed to keep snowing today. It was snowing all morning. When I walked to the coffee shop, it was snowing, and now allegedly it's still snowing. So that's how. So that's what's doing here right now. It's snowing, 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 and then supposed to just keep snowing. I mean, I just lost the game. Thanks, Banana. Ah. As I retie my hair. And then we'll get started. Two and a half weeks, you'll be very busy, family and friends to visit. I get you. Well, you have a good rest of December. I'll see you early January, I think, if my math is not wrong. Or like the very end of December, I guess. Whenever you get back, I'll see you when I see you. Sometimes you're watching a crazy coder do Advent of Code puzzles in C. I mean, sometimes you gotta watch other things. You can't just watch me. Come on. It's not like I'm the only streamer on this website. If I was, this would be a very small website. Setting up my teammates' streams to help them out. I guess Bellinair's stuck in queue again because he's playing GeoGuessr. All right. What time of year is it? It's early winter. 16th of Moonstone. We got 28 dwarves. We got 2 babies right at the end of last time, which means we actually have quite a lot of children in the fort again. Bellinair is the oldest. Apparently walking around eating a prepared cow kidneys. 11. I'm assuming Stone's with family this morning, so I will probably have to screenshot stuff. But the current dwarves that are alive in the fort are Pilot, Rory, Vim, Quevenair, Nanochip, Volleyball, Diamond Destruct, Sideways, Axon, Don Caribou, Zindros, Stone, Massive, Lumpy, Dragon, Knowles, Jimmy Tibby, Blue Water, Arch, LaFonda, Zensuki. Also, Arch has been causing us some trouble, but I've been trying to deal with him. Zensuki, Laggy, Team Xeno, Aiden, Do It, and if I jump down here, Bellinair, Cucumber, Blue Space Weeb, Bastet, Disco, and Tygo, and Paranoid, and Whitco. 52 total, 28 actual citizens. Banana 2 was exiled for attempting to murder people multiple times, so I just kind of booted him out before he killed another person. Or a heavy smack in the head to cure you from your CDDA addiction. I can help you with that. Play Caves of Cud instead. That's my attempt to help cure you from your addiction. Did it help? I'm pretty sure you were here for that, actually. And I seem to recall telling you that I had to expel you for murder, and your response was, yeah, okay. So I guess you already forgot, but that makes sense. Lumpy actually looped all the way back around and ceased being depressed and is now depressed again, which I think is kind of funny. But Lumpy still isn't tantruming, so hopefully Lumpy doesn't start. Someone's conducting it or attending a meeting. Who's attending a meeting? Jimmy? Jimmy keeps on, like, not making it to meetings. Also, my mayor kind of got the shit kicked out of him pretty bad, which sucks. 52, yeah, but most of them aren't real citizens. 52 including temporary workers, 28 actual citizens. We have 28 citizens. The rest are all merchants, so they don't count. I'm pretty sure you were here for Banana too. Hi, Mark. What's up? I'm doing all right. Watched an F1 race today. Woke up at fuck off o'clock in the morning. Like, I got up at 3 a.m. today because my brain decided to wake me up at 3 a.m. Aside from that, I slept well, though. I went to bed at 8, so it's actually not that bad. I had to ban you for murder? No, I had to expel you for murdering. There's a very big difference between banning somebody from chat for murdering somebody and expelling a dwarf from the fortress for murdering somebody. Yeah, I watch most F1 races, except for the Russian GP, because Sochi's a boring as piss track, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning that it starts. Now this is a dwarf I like. It's just happy and satisfied. She feels wonder after learning about geometric objects, points, lines, and circles, and triangles, and so on. Such a like Zack and Tarn thing to say. Points, lines, triangles, and so on. She feels satisfied after reading thoughts on the point. Yeah, there is no more Sochi next year, which is good. Shoutouts to the best-selling book, Glue and Other Topics. I think I'm just going to let the dwarves chill for a little. That was the most fun I've had watching an F1 race this year, probably. Yeah, it's the most fun I've had watching F1 this year. No, you can't, Banana. The dwarves name the animals. Because the dwarves take care of the animals, the player doesn't. The player takes care of the dwarves, right? And can nickname the dwarves. The animals are taken care of by the dwarves, so the dwarves name the animals. Also, Mark, if you watch F1, why the fuck aren't you in my Discord in the room called Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zooms, where we talk about Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zooms? I should really just name it to F1 and other things so that people actually understand what it is. But you can hang out with us for our spoiler chat. But yeah, no, there's a new Russian track that's like a spitting distance from Sochi. Oh, Nobo. Well, now you do. Damn it. Hopefully in 98 days there will be more people for next season. That's the actual like ridiculous thing about F1 is that there's a new season starting in like like a couple of months. It's absolutely ridiculous. But plan for this is we are going to start hollowing out this big ol' underground hole some more. I got lots of oopsies to finish and lots of stuff to dig out. So got to dig out this corner, got to dig out this. Got to kind of go around the top on the edges and fix stuff that I missed previously, like up here. But yeah, that's kind of the plan, is to just clean this up down here and get finished digging out this, and then we can fill her up with lava. We can make obsidian. It'll be great. Well, I've never watched a Sochi race in its entirety. I've always either fallen asleep halfway through or just stopped watching and gone back to bed because I was so bored. So the one track I hope that we never see again is the one that we raced on before the one that we just raced on. Qatar? Because holy fuck, that thing looks dangerous. Like, legit. I'm just worried people are going to die on that track. That, and like, I think I could go the rest of my life without ever seeing a race at Monaco ever again. I know that that's probably sacrilegious to say, but Monaco is boring as shit, too small, and just kind of a parade track. Like, it's ridiculous that they still race there. It's so, so small. Monaco's quali is the race. Mark. Is it? I need to look at the shape of it again. Is it shaped like sperm? Hold on. I need to look at the layout for Qatar again. That is not even remotely shaped like that. What are you talking about? Yeah, I was looking at the wrong track. That's more like a bent butter knife, but I guess I can kind of see it. Like I see this and I'm like, it's a bent cheese knife. Like you know those cheese knives that you use for like for brie and stuff that's like kind of like half a spoon but also mostly cheese. It's more of like a bent cheese. Like that's what comes to mind when I look at that track, not sperm, but I mean, I guess it kind of also has that shape. For me, it's more of a bent cheese knife. They're roughly the same size, aren't they? Yeah, now that I'm looking at it, it's like yeah, kinda, but yeah, no, that last track that we raced on was just way too fucking dangerous. They should not race on that track again. This is the most Dwarf Fortress related stream I've ever done. I'm so sorry. If anybody wants to talk about DF stuff specifically, just yell at me with stuff. How are we doing on clothing? Ooh, those are some old ass earrings. Just hit that one twice. I'm pretty sure they allow car porn, Mark. Also, you really can't complain to the designer who made that track, Mark? I can complain to the FIA for letting them race those cars there. I don't care about the track design. That track's fine for MotoGP. Like, it's fine for plenty of other racing series. It's not the fault of the track. It's the fault of F1 for racing there. Like, I got nothing. The track itself seems fine. It's just dangerous. But Orion, what's up? It's good to see you. Hello. I have some video game adjacent news to complain about. So you guys know that Ubisoft decided to be a bunch of softies and put NFTs in their games. Well, specifically Ghost Recon Breakpoint, which is a game nobody bought, very few people played, and was a critical and financial failure. About a month ago, they announced this, where you can compete in Ghost Recon Breakpoint to plant trees. So they will give money to planting trees based on how much people play the game. Roughly a month before they announce NFTs are in this game. So it's like, hey, we're going to donate a pittance to plant trees. By the way, also, we're putting NFTs in our game. So I just think that that's very funny. So my dad sends me an email 5 minutes ago. Out of curiosity, I did a speed test here. We have fiber optic, and the result is 5 up and 5 down. What do you get? 1,500 up, 1,500 down. My dad sends me emails, yes. To me, yes. And I technically just sent him 2. Why not text? This is my dad uses his phone for work. And if he happens to be sitting at a computer, he knows that I respond to emails about as fast as I respond to texts. So they are useless, yeah. They're not useful for scummy people. They are useful in specific situations. In video games, they are absolutely pointless. It's literally just like keeping a user database with extra steps. That's literally all NFTs in video games are. NFTs are perfectly useful. Is a perfectly useful technology for like identification and confirming something is legit or owned by somebody, but you don't need that for your fucking cosmetics in Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Breakpoint. My dad's probably about to send me another email talking about why is his internet so slow, and I'm gonna respond with, because I probably pay $150 a month more than you. They're not encryption. They're proof of purchase. It's literally like, when you buy a car, right? When you pay for a car, they give you a piece of paper that says that you own the car. An NFT is literally just a virtual version of that. That is not copyable. So if I purchase something, it comes with a piece of code that cannot be changed, cannot be edited, and cannot be deleted that states that I own that thing. So if you want to attach it to anything, you could attach it to anything. The point is the reason is it's pointless for the vast majority of the things people are using it for. People are using it to sell copies of music. I can kind of see the reasoning behind that, but also it's pointless. People are using it to sell artwork. I can kind of see the reasoning behind it, but in the grand scheme of things, it's pointless. But it is a way that I could theoretically have a digital passport. It is a way that I could have a digital ID. There are uses for it. It's ownership, not encryption. It proves that you own something. And there are uses that could be useful for it. But putting it into video game microtransactions is just pointless. Absolutely. It's not like... It's not technology that... Well, it's not a completely unique thing. It's just a way of doing that on the blockchain. Which decentralizes it. No, absolutely not. That wouldn't make them a buttload of money. I don't know. I like cryptocurrency, but I don't really like NFTs. The current it's extremely interesting, useful technology that is currently being used for absolutely pointless nonsense. Knowledge of Literature, is that a new book? Nope, not a new book. I didn't realize we had a book called that. Interesting. John NFT, the inventor of NFTs. Unfortunately, the inventor of NFTs is not named John, and he seems to be a bit of a twit, but I don't know. Don't put NFTs in video games. That's all I'm going to say. Although the next time I speak with Tarn Adams on stream, I absolutely have to ask him a joke question just to see what his response would be. And I think I know what it would be, but just to see what his response would be of, due to video game companies left and right putting forth their blockchain and NFT plans, when can we expect to see Dwarf Fortress on the blockchain is something I'm absolutely going to ask him as a joke, just to hear what he has to say about it, because I would love to know. I'm pretty sure Crypto Mining Simulator already exists, so hold on. Let me just confirm that. Yes. It's not NFT Simulator, but Crypto Mining Simulator does exist, and I'm pretty sure you could probably mint fake NFTs in this bullshit. Probably. Also, like, throw 3D graphics cards around simulator. You know. Before you I mean, I did ask him what the airspeed velocity of an unladen carp was. I did start laughing throughout that one. I think I can ask this one legit. How can you turn all the spoiler alerts off in Discord? Click them. You can't turn them all off, but you turn them off individually by clicking them. Mouse over them. Basically, yeah. How about this, Aqua? It's like saying the inkjet printer is fantastic technology that can allow us to print books and do many useful things. It's not going to stop people from printing Pokemon cards. That's kind of where we're at with this stuff currently. The messenger scratches the great horned owl in the lower body, tearing the muscle and shattering the lower spine's bone and bruising the nervous tissue. And LaFonda says, "Has the tide turned? I feel no tear." I think he won. Injection molding is very useful technology that almost all of my medical equipment is made using. It's also destroying our planet. And it's also making pop figures. Indeed it did. Indeed it did. That owl is now in a lot of pieces. So, you know, For every piece of technology that we have, humanity manages to come up with some incredibly stupid uses for it. But unfortunately, the stupid uses are usually what do the most job pioneering said technology. It's why all film technology and film, like physical formats for film and digital formats for film files, are all dictated by what pornography does. Whatever pornography does is what the film industry does, because they pioneer it and they do it first. Most of our VR film tech was pioneered by Naughty America, a very big porn company. And it just seems with NFT and that sort of blockchain technology, the people that are pioneering it are musicians and artists. So what do you get? Music and art. There's actually a lot more musicians and artists making bank off of it than scam artists. The scam artists just get a lot of news. But there's actually a lot of people who, you know, make 3D art and 2D art and comics and music and stuff that are actually doing bank right now because of that stuff. I didn't know that, but I wouldn't doubt it. I believe it. Just like a, hey, let's play like 2 or 3 screen grabs from the video. As a preview. The entire progress bar is red. There's a new YouTube layout? What? Canada gets changes to YouTube like 6 months after the rest of the world, so if there's a new YouTube layout, I haven't seen that yet. Interesting. Alright, we made a bunch of new earrings. LaFonda go. You were the one with the broken-ass earring on previously. Oh, that's just a ring, not an earring. Let's make another 100 of those. Does Mayor want anything? Nope. You know, but here's the difference between me and everybody else on the internet, apparently, Commander Rainbow Ducky. Unless, like, they change the size of fonts where I can't read anything anymore, usually changes come to YouTube and I'm like, yeah, this is fine. The old one sucked. This one sucks too. Let's move on. It's not something I've bothered getting mad about for a really long time. I used to get upset and pissed off every time Twitch or YouTube would make a change. Pygo the third is going into a strange mood. How are you doing, by the way, kid? Doing good. All right, all right. Whenever like a major change gets made, like I have so many things in my life to get mad about, that frankly, I don't care. Like, something will get annoying or be like a little bit annoying as a change, and then I'll be like, I can't find this button. And then I'll be like, oh, okay, there it is. And then, yeah, and then I just stop caring. Smaller countries always get the changes first. Well, rather, New Zealand gets the changes first, and then the rest of the world gets it. And then it's usually like one at a time, like dribbled out. It's usually a couple smaller countries in Europe, New Zealand, and then Europe will get changes, and then Asia will get changes, and then America will get changes, and then Canada last for some reason. Why does it matter if fucking Pornhub, like, comes up with a good idea first? Cutest. Are you like a quiet prude or something? What do you got against Pornhub? Pornhub did nothing wrong. They plow people's streets in the winter and plow people in the summer. They're great. Are the internet programs invented at public universities? Protocols, yeah. Well, majority of them. Fun fact, Tesla likes to talk real loudly about how they let other people use their engine technology when they're just using patents that Nikolai Tesla patented over 100 years ago now, which are public patents that anybody can use. You go to one of their AMAs and they answer all those questions. They've done many AMAs on Reddit. So, and the gist I get is it's a normal office. Seems like a fun place to work, not gonna lie, based on the way they talk during the AMAs. There's an owl on the ground. Interesting. It was a very boring office. Yeah, I believe it would just be an office. Probably no different than any other workplace. Well, one question that always amuses me that usually gets asked or at least in the two AMAs that I've looked at that got asked a lot was, what's not safe for work in your office? And they're like, Facebook? Twitter? Instagram? Unless you work in the social media office, in which case then just personal social media? Mm-hmm. You want to know what's bullshit, Orion? That statement? Nikolai Tesla was born on Earth like the rest of us, and all of those alien conspiracy theories, like most alien conspiracy theories, are bullshit. But they're fun to think about. Well, I mean, that's an interesting take to have in the current year. And 19X. And also, just remember that the majority of film tech exists because porn decided it was going to be the number one thing. VHSs were popularized because of porn. DVDs were the chosen format because of porn. The vast majority of VR film technology and 3D cameras were paid for and designed for and designed by porn studios. Bezos is probably an alien. I'll agree with that. Live streaming technology, this website that you're looking at right now, the vast majority of the ideas for the monetization on this website was stolen directly from porn sites. Bits, the little coins that you buy, lifted straight from MyFreeCams and all those other cam sites. Subscribing, sub-only streams, that was taken directly from those sites. This website probably wouldn't exist if it wasn't for porn. So, porn pushes the edges because porn knows that there will always be a market. That's why Laserdisc didn't take off, because it was too expensive to burn your own versus VHS's. That is also a fact, Joe. Porn also has the dollars to try new things. Porn's got money, dude. It is ridiculous how much money porn has. Ridiculous. Good reason, too. People be lonely. People will always be lonely. It's an industry I'll never work in, but I got nothing against. Sometimes an editor. Sometimes a lighting guy. Makeup is also helpful, Commander Rainbow Ducky. All right, let's wait for that to collapse in on itself, and then we'll do that side piece. Although, before we do the side piece, we got to do the bits around the top. So we'll just let them cut that out first. I mean, if I did, it would probably be on a editing front. Don't pay for lighting when the sun is free. As somebody who knows a bit about how film sets work, yeah, you need lighting. But just remember that there is way more jobs in that industry, Pilot, than starring in the films. Just remember that. It's like if I got offered a social media position in adult entertainment, it would be no different than being offered a social media position for a game studio. And you didn't put a kappa on it. It's legit just a job. Like I know a dude, like the dude who ran, I don't think he still does, but the dude who ran EA Games' public social media presence for like a decade worked for a game porn site doing the same thing before that. There you go. So before that he was a YouTuber. So the world is weird. Careers are weird. All right, now we can start trimming around the edges. Shoutouts to the Will of DC. Let's cut that. Did I fuck this up? Did. Oh, damn. Whatever. Starting to just not care. Can come back and fix it later. Kiappa. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I feel bad for anybody who's against porn in the current era, because being sex positive isn't exactly a bad thing. As much as churches will try and tell you that. All right, I need blocks. Blocks, 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 blocks. So I can fix that. All right, there we go. You would have issues when the porn is weird? As nobody's getting hurt and everybody's consenting, it's fucking fair game as far as I'm concerned. But I don't know. As somebody who likes a lot of tech and who likes streaming video games on the internet, I realize that my job wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the adult entertainment industry. And I don't think that that's a bad realization or knowledge to have. Interesting to know where the internet came from. It'll be curious, actually, when they start teaching internet history in schools. if they cover those bits. Like, well, you see this very popular live streaming industry that exists now. Yeah, that exists because of adult entertainment. What, teaching internet history? I mean, that's like saying teaching any format of history is a mistake. Internet history is something that we should teach. And we need to teach children why NFTs shouldn't be used in video games. Naturally. By investigating old sites and forums, internet history is actually just like a course on how to use the Internet Archive. That'd be a fun class. It's like, okay, so this is the Internet History course. We use 2 websites for this course, the Internet Archive and Wikipedia. Let's go. I've been covering those bits for a while. Yeah, you know what I meant. Ryan, come on. Old sites are dying when their owners don't pay for the servers. That's what the Internet Archive is for. Sheesh. It's just like in Dwarf Fortress recently, right? Where like everybody's like, oh no, Meth style set. You can't download it anymore. Dude, just fucking jump onto the Internet Archive, rewind 6 months, and you'll find it. It's right there. Like, it's still available. You can still just go get it. Now you're just making up new sentences out of what I've said. What do you want about Orion? Now, see, well, the government is too interested in giving bajillions of dollars to SpaceX. Or specifically, the American government is too busy giving bajillions of dollars to SpaceX, right? And the military, right? So at that point, it's up to private companies to format research. And while I don't disagree with that statement, it's just not how capitalism works. So good luck. Camera technology? Yeah, no, private companies format that. They just need to have the cash incentive to do it. Turns out people who have the cash incentive are people who really want VR porn. Governments aren't going to do that until there's a need. And they don't consider horny people in need. But those people will pay for things. If it's not funded by porn, it's funded by people like James Cameron going, I want to make 3D blue people. There's 2 ways camera technology moves forward. So, and I really think that if you want your sentences to be taken seriously, you should type in R-E-A-L-L-Y, not R-L-Y. That's how the Soviet Union did things? What, only the government's allowed to research stuff? We also get neck cramp. I don't know why you're getting leg cramp, but the child finally gathered all of the materials that they needed for the artifact, which was taking them forever. Silver bars, nice blocks, cushion zircon cabochons, mica, cow leather, calcite blocks, sheep's wool cloth, and unicorn bone. And how are you doing? Hanging out until the mayor finishes his lunch, so you can cry on him. Seems about right. It's going to be a weird artifact. We'll see what it actually turns out to be. I mean, it could be a silver ring. It could be a lot of things. Spring has arrived. Meaning I get to screenshot stuff because we are about to get a tribute from the humans. Also, as somebody who watched VR porn once, unless you're really like whacked out perspectives where it feels like everybody is about 10,000 feet tall and you're about the size of an ant, I wouldn't recommend it. Although, I have a photo to show you guys, which I'll show you as soon as this is finished saving and I composite. From E3 a couple of years ago, before VR was officially announced, or before you could buy Oculus Rifts, so before consumer VR was really available. This is going to be a hard thing to Google. How do I... This is the lineup at E3 2016 for the Naughty America VR booth. Let's just make sure that this is absolutely safe for work. There you go. That is the line at E3 2016 for the VR porn booth where they were showing porn at E3. That is the lineup. What's even better is if you spin the camera around 360 degrees, right behind where this camera is looking, you'll realize that the person taking this photo is standing in the Supergiant Games booth where they were talking about Pyre. Where nobody was lined up. There was nobody standing at the Supergiant Games booth, and everybody was right there. So, nah. Just porn sells and everyone's buying. The humans are here with their tributes. Are you actually Orion? Because if you are actually in that photo, I am impressed. It's on Vice, just for whatever it's worth. Like, that is a report on Vice. Not even Vice Games, like, just Vice proper. What are you doing up here? Not you. Lumpy. A little dejected. Wait, where did Keanu ask that? I missed that piece of the interview. What? Also, speaking of Keanu, for those of you who missed it, we now have a new exclamation point laugh for tier 2s and patrons. So the laugh command that we have is new. Heads up. I've had to read that a few times and I'm confused by what that statement means, but I think I get it now, Rainbow. In the interview you sent, he asks that? What? I mean, one of my favorite, like, official press releases from CD Projekt was, please don't make Keanu naked. And they keep, like, banning mods where you can bang Keanu. Because, like, that game has, like, really poorly directed sex scenes in it.
Is that interesting?
But they are, like, systematically banning all uploaded mods and taking down all uploaded mods where you can do that because it's not in their contract, which I think is really funny. Tygo, the third, the Dwarven Child, has created Ustos Servod, Kokeb Oshar, a unicorn bone pick. Damn, that's actually an awesome artifact. and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, do it. Who I think is your dad? Your mom. That's awesome. I'm super into that. It is the NFT laugh, yes. It is indeed the NFT laugh. It's worth 58,560 Zethal. Anger Seal, the Dweller of Webbing. This all checks out. This is a unicorn bone pick. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with unicorn bone and sheep wool and encircled with bands of cow leather and cushion-cut green zircons and ground nice cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of mica and silver. On the item is an image of a cow in calcite. The cow is screaming. The artwork relates to the slaughter of a cow in Longdeath in 296. Critty is here. Blind is here. Ryan D&D is here. Everybody's here. How are you doing, Critty? Unicorn bone pick is indeed pretty great. Speaking of Keanu laugh, who here has watched the newest trailer for The Matrix 4, and who else here is really excited for The Matrix 4? Because but that movie looks pretty good. I'm ready. Ready to watch another Matrix. Let's fucking go. Good morning so far. Now you can enjoy DF. I woke up at fuck off o'clock in the morning to watch an F1 race. Watched the F1 race, and I'm glad I did. It was a good F1 race. Bullshit, but great. Lots of chaos. Lots of silly. Latifi did his best blue shell impression, and it was a good race. Now I'm streaming DF. So yeah, today's been pretty great. Although I legit got up at 3 o'clock in the morning because that was when my brain decided to wake me up. So I've been awake since 3 a.m. and it's only 11. So you'll probably enjoy it. Those fight scenes look pretty good. There's no way in hell that's going to be a terrible movie. The worst case scenario, it'll just be a completely passably alright movie. And that's worst case scenario, so I'm pretty confident it'll be good. So my dad responded to that email. Okay, ... Why is yours so much faster? And I'm responding with, I probably pay more for it. Because I'm pretty sure my parents have like the almost free internet. It's like, it doesn't matter that it's fiber. It's like, it's almost free. Whereas I pay too much for my internet. That's for the laugh, right, Kitas? I don't think it's a super controversial question. I love every single Matrix movie individually for the gems that they are. How am I supposed to say your name, An19X? Are those supposed to be letters? Like, is this leet speak, or is it like An19X? Because I don't know if I'm screwing it up or not. Anyway, I love every single Matrix movie. The first one is a borderline perfect film, and then the rest are clusterfucky and messes, but they're still entertaining movies. I think Matrix 2 is entertaining. I think Matrix 3 is entertaining. I think the Animatrix is phenomenal. And I do think that the plotline and story elements, I'll talk about the raid in a second. Annex? Okay, gotcha. I do think that the plotline and story in 2 and 3 are interesting, lore-wise, but don't make for great movies. But I do think that they honestly wrapped up the third one kind of well. And I'm very excited for a fourth one. I will admit that, like, they're not as good as the first one, but they're still fine movies for what they are. Also, Evil Trick, thank you very much for the raid. How do you like hard in why do I want to say War Thunder? War Tales. It's a hard name to say. How are you liking hard mode in that? And then also Mosaic Task Force. Hope you had a good stream over with Evil Trick. And Rolf, what up? It's good to see you. Hey, hi. If you guys don't know Evil Trick, go give Evil Trick a follow. He's very good at video games. Also, did you make it over to Dyson Sphere program, or did you just stay on War Tales all day? But you can't paint all sequels with the same brush, Annex. It depends on why it gets made and the actual story to tell. It could be good either or not. They're doing it as cash grab, probably crash. I mean, generally, yeah. The protest from Mercedes about Max overtaking 5 under a safety car has been dismissed. Yeah, of course it has been. Of course it's been dismissed. Of course it's been fucking dismissed, man. Man. You ain't at the hard enemies yet? I mean, like, for me, in my opinion, it's considerably harder, but it's considerably harder because it just kind of doesn't hold your hand at any point. The problem that I have with that game is, like, easy, I haven't played. Normal is boring. Like, really boring. And then hard is too hard. For me. Like, it's, like, annoying. It's not, like, difficult. It's just really annoying. So it's like, I have the option between really annoying or really boring. So I'm kind of like, because I'm kind of like in between the two. Maybe I should do like hard battles, like normal world simulation. Maybe that would be a good for me then. I don't know. But yeah, I like that game. I want to play more of it. I need to tweak the difficulty a little bit more until I find something to my liking. Because I think like I find the world simulations and hard stuff just kind of annoying. Like I didn't find that part particularly difficult. But I do like the harder battles though. The harder battles are great. I mean, Annex, you also think that porn is bad, so I don't think that your opinion should be trusted. And isn't that part of the fun of it? Would you break free from the Matrix for that? Is it worth it? Is it really? That's for you to think about. We got elves to trade with, so. I'd break out the Matrix for that. And I'd die in Zion. But I'd also probably be dissolved by the machines for having too many birth defects and not being an effective enough battery, so I probably wouldn't have even made it that far anyway. But no, many people are like, no, I'd be put back into the Matrix and betray them. There's many people who kind of take that route, and yeah, that's totally a fair stake to have. It's a movie. You don't necessarily need to agree with or believe in everything in those movies, and even those characters in Zion, half of them are going, why the fuck did I break out of the Matrix for this shit? You're agreeing with half of the characters in those movies. You mean you'd much rather be in the Matrix than in Zion? Because that's basically what it is, like your options. I mean, the reason they're raving in the dance club and having orgies and eating cake is because they're about to get blown up by robots the next day. Like, that's why they're doing that. Is because they are well aware that they're all about to fucking die. So, party like it's your last day left. That makes sense. I don't see what's so controversial about that. Like, that's why they're partying in that scene. Is because they're all about to fucking die. Wouldn't you? Got 1 day left. Approximately. All right, let's go party. They're going to show up anyway. They don't have enough ammunition to kill them all, so got to do what they can. In my opinion, the reason why the ending of The Matrix 3 is so... the reason The Matrix 2 isn't as popular as The Matrix 1 is because there's large chunks of that movie that are just fucking flat out boring. And, like, I like that movie, but there's large chunks of that movie that are boring as all hell. But The Matrix 2, to me, is redeemed by the fact that it has the highway sequence, which is one of my favorite action sequences in film, period. And it has so many great memorable scenes in it. Like it has all of the sequences with the twins. It has the hold the hand up and stop all the bullets sequence. It has the fight in like the museum church area with all of the like the swords and shit, which is fantastic. So many great like practical effects fighting sequences in that movie that are just Mwah. Mwah. It's great. It's great. But yes, there is like large chunks of Zion that is boring as shit in that movie. They built a fucking highway to film it on. Nobody does that anymore. And there's still a highway there. It's ridiculous. Nobody does that anymore for movies. You gotta love it. Like, I love The Matrix 2 just as a choreographed action movie. It's not as good as The Matrix 1, but none of them are as good as the first one. I don't expect the fourth one to be as good as the first one, because the first one is, like, easily top 5 best sci-fi movies in my brain. Like, top 5 favorite sci-fi movies for me personally. It's up there with Alien. It's up there with Terminator. It's up there with 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's up there with all of those movies for me. The first one. 2 and 3 are just fun. Like, they leave something to be desired. They're not as good as the first one. But, like, look at Alien and its sequels. You know, like, Alien is a perfect movie. Aliens is kind of boring in places and an alright action movie. And then after that, they just go down in quality until they just crash and burn. And it's on fire, but they're still making movies for some fucking reason. And there's a TV show coming out next year. So, like, that's Alien, which is another franchise that I love. Then you got Dune. And then you have, like, movies like The Arrival. Then you have, like, so many other great science fiction films. But there's only one Matrix. And no one can ever do that again. What they managed to pull off with that movie is genuinely incredible. So, like, say what you want about Matrix 2 and 3. That's fine. But I love those movies, and regardless of what you say about them, you can't take away my love of them. Because, see, that the beauty of enjoying something is other people's opinions and takes don't mean shit. And if everybody on the internet understood that, this world would be a lot more pleasant. And just because I love The Matrix 2 and 3 doesn't mean you need to enjoy those movies. You can hate those movies, and that's totally fine. You live your life. I'll live mine. And if my life includes rewatching The Matrix once every 2 years, and The Matrix 2 and The Matrix 3 back to back while drunk, or more actually, while stoned, then you know what? That's my life to live. You don't want to live that life? That is 100% up to you. There's nothing needs to be controversial about that. I mean, yeah. Aqua, pretty much. That's the opinion of most of the internet. I don't know. I'm kind of not done with, but like, I guess at this point I just kind of scratch my head about people who are just like, Matrix 2 and Matrix 3 not as good as Matrix 1. It's like, all right. I know. What of it? Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Then you got Dune. I mean, so to elaborate on Dune for like 5 seconds, Dune is 50% terrible films. Because you have David Lynch's Dune, which was destroyed by a production company, which maybe could have been a decent movie, but was a not very good movie. It's entertaining in parts and weird in parts, but it's not very good. And then you have Dune Part 1, which might be a good movie, but you won't know until Part 2 and 3 come out. Part 2 and 3 could be train wrecks. So, I don't know. Although, like I was babbling about earlier, The Expanse is off to a good start for this season, so that's pretty good. Can I build a bridge here? That'd actually be super helpful if I could. Oh, I can. Use a bridge for this. As like scaffolding. That's quite the investment. Best of luck, Curious. You mean did the Dune miniseries? Did you watch it over the past few days? All right, so that's 1 out of 3 Dune products that I'm aware of are okay. Oof. Let's hope that that video game is good. What's up, Sarai? Why are you okay broing me? Good evening, Mind. How are you? Hope the little lady let you sleep. Glad to hear that you're fine. You seemed kind of down yesterday, so. You're at 1 out of 3 episodes? Although, I've been awake since 3 o'clock in the morning, and I've had 3 cups of coffee already, so I'm going to go take a leak real quick. I'll be back in about 30 seconds, 90 seconds tops. You're about to head to bed? You should head to bed then, Sarai. You should do that. BRB, guys. You don't want to sub to Prime for 2 years, so I'll for the first 6 episodes of The Expanse to come out. What? Can you try that sentence again? Also, good win, cutest. Also, why do you haha stop? Do you not want to win or something? Bit the apple and restarted your fort from the embark, and on the upside, you got some things slightly better and more efficient this time around. Yeah, I gotcha. That's good. Just don't forget to save. Mine lost a lot of progress in DF last night after a crash, so. Also, Cost Lord. You wanna... I think that you're still lurking. If you're still lurking, do you want to do some, like, cooperative Conquest of Elysium at some point? Because we need to do that. I want to play some cooperative Conquest of Elysium with people. I tried to convince my other friend who I play games with to buy it. He's like, this looks like trash. And I was like, well, I tried. Let's cut that out. At least this side's almost done. You'll wait for the first 6 episodes of The Expanse to come out? Okay, I getcha. You think you gotta go to bed? I mean, you said 2 years, and I was like, it's gonna take not that long. Like, if you really want to watch The Expanse, I could just, like, restream it. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time I've restreamed stuff on the internet. Like this morning. Or like that time I restreamed the Blues Brothers, which I'm pretty sure Evil Trick still hasn't seen, even though he said he would. I mean, if people are just like, hey, Blind, I need a restream, I'll give you a restream. It won't be in a public room, but I'll do it. I've definitely done that before. You just gotta ask or confirm that you want one, and I'll drag you into a room, and I'll give you a thing that'll make that work. You know, there's only legitimately one reason why I watch F1, and that's because of the existence of F1 TV. If I had to get Sky Sports or ESPN to watch it, I wouldn't do it. It's like if I had to watch it through ESPN, yeah, that wouldn't happen. But F1 TV is like $80 a year, and you get F1, F2, F3, and Formula W. It's like, yeah, no question. Absolutely, I'll watch all that. Allegedly, they fixed a lot of plugins for it. It works on a lot of apps now. No, totally. I get you. I respect the hell out of that, Cutest, because like, you know, I am the same sort of person. It's like I am a firm believer of if I like something, I will pay to watch it. But I'm not, when it comes to F1 specifically, I'm not gonna spend cable subscription prices to watch it. I'll definitely spend $80 a year though. That's fine. Unless you're in Canada, in which case, in Canada, I think still there's only one app that it works on because they have an exclusive license, which is ridiculous. Especially because it just runs in a fucking web browser. Like, yeah, it runs in a web browser, but like, doesn't matter. Still just gonna laugh at you. I don't know. Yeah, you're watching because it's broadcasted on the free channel. That gives you ads during the best parts of the race. It's like the coolest part of the race is happening. You're like, fuck, I got an ad. It's like, come on. What the hell? Like watching IndyCar. Like that song where all he says is ass, except the only lyric is ads. While playing other stuff. You do what you gotta do. Mind. I'll be here and rambling about some sort of nonsensical, unrelated bullshit while I play Dwarf Fortress, occasionally answering questions about Dwarf Fortress. This stream should actually be titled Blind Nanners on about irrelevant bullshit while Dwarf Fortress is also happening. You wish that you could rewatch the first few seasons of The Fringe, maybe after you finish DS9. DS9's an undertaking, though. I watched the pilot of DS9 recently, and I was like, right. 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 All legit Twitch streams just devolve into just chatting with something in the background. Yep. Well, all old streams that have been around for a really long time that are not esports or talent focused all devolve into just rambling about some shit with game in the background. Unless you're esports focused, in which case, yeah, then it's more about the gameplay. Last I checked, Dwarf Fortress isn't an esport, but you know, we're working on that. One thing at a time. Well, that's good. Still kind of sucks though, cutest. Yeah. Yeah, no, totally. I've been debating as to whether or not I should watch DS9 with a watcher's guide. You know, the one that's like, skip this episode, watch this episode, skip this episode. But as somebody who likes, whenever I rewatch Next Generation, I just watch the whole thing. And I look at half of the episodes that they recommend to skip, and I'm like, I like those episodes. So I'm always like, I feel like I'm missing shit. I just kind of don't ever actually do that. Like, for example, all of this, like, nonsensical side plot shit that has no vital reason to exist in Next Gen, I find all of that stuff very entertaining. You just watch it at 2xp. See, I would rather just watch it at that point. Then I just miss stuff. Alright, well. I think that those are both safe to dig up. Could be. Gets better as the season's going. That's pretty consistent for just Star Trek. Like, the original series had that. Next Generation had that. Voyager was just boring. DS9 had that. I don't know if Enterprise ever got good because I never really watched it. Although that also just kind of goes for any show that slowly gets a bigger budget, that starts off really low budget. If a show starts off really low budget, they don't have a lot of money for writers, they don't have a lot of money for editing, they don't have a lot of money for thinking. They just have to, you know, produce the show, right? And the more time they get and the more money they get, the better the show gets. That's pretty consistent amongst just television. And Star Trek's always notoriously under budget when they start their new seasons. At least they were back in the day. Maybe not so much now, but... The original series was good all the way? Never seen anybody refer to that as TOS, so that's what I'm assuming you're talking about. I don't know if I'll agree with that 100%. There was definitely good moments in the early original series, but it wasn't good all the way. It was mostly good. I haven't seen a single episode of Discovery because it's not available on any of the streaming services that I have currently. Once I have access to it, I'll watch it, though. Although I've heard mixed reports on that, cutest. People either say that they get worse with every season or it's gotten better. And there seems to be a lot of, like, disagreements on that. So, I don't know. And also, the reason I'll say that the original series wasn't good all the way through is those movies were kind of horrendous. Movies were kind of horrendous. But I guess that doesn't really count as the original series because those are the original series movies. So if you don't count those, then I guess that's fair. Voyager had gems. Oh, there's some good episodes of Voyager. Voyager just kind of felt like Groundhog Day to me. There's just kind of not a lot happened, and not a lot ever really happened, and I kind of didn't like half the characters, so I just kind of stopped watching Voyager. Like, maybe if you just really like the characters, you could really like it, but I don't know. Oops. All right. So many oopsies. It's like caving in 9 Z levels at once was awesome, but man, it left so many little oopsies behind that I'm spending more time cleaning up my messes than I would have if I just dug the thing out. See, the people who I know who like Discovery said that the first season was watchable but not great, and then the second season is better. So and then there's people who are like, the first season was all right, and the second season is awful, and there's like no in between. So I don't know anybody who just liked them both. Everyone either loves the first season and hates the second season, or vice versa. But to be fair, Star Trek Next Generation, first season kind of blows. Second season is better, and then the third season is where it gets good. So, I don't know. We'll see. You don't like Star Trek movies at all? There are good Star Trek movies. I actually really like the J.J. Abrams movies. They're not Star Trek, but they're fun, like, popcorn sci-fi movies. And they did a really good job casting the original characters with new actors. But it's not Star Trek. It's like its own thing. Star Trek 4 is an amazing movie. And First Contact, the Next Generation movie, is an amazing movie. Those are the two Star Trek movies I like. Sorry, I like First Contact, and I love Star Trek 4 from the original series. Because 4 is the one with the whales where they travel back in time to get whales, and just seeing Spock on the back of a bus doing a Vulcan neck grab on a guy who's like sitting there with a boombox, like hanging out, is like the greatest thing ever. Where can I find the nuclear vessels? Which is my favorite quote, which is !nuclear if you're a patron, is fantastic. That whole sequence is ridiculous and stupid, and I love it. And First Contact is phenomenal just because of how fucking weird that movie is. Yeah, you need an L in nuclear. Nuclear, that's something. Nuclear is something completely different. So, yeah. What? Just caved in. Dong Caribou is missing lower front teeth and has a scar now. Diamond is fine. No combat log. Nobody's dead. Just 2 people winded. All right. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, they only fell 1 Z level. Toto mad again? I mean, Toto's going to be mad for a couple of months, so get ready for Toto to be mad. You know, it's really funny. Toto's only mad when, like, it involves his team not winning, but, like, when it's insider trading or, like, borderline illegal activity, like, involving lots and lots and lots of money, he's totally fine. So, you know, I can't feel bad for Toto. Sorry. Oh, yeah, that was mentioned earlier. Yeah. Of course they're going to dismiss it. I mean, why wouldn't they dismiss it? There's no way in hell they're going to retract that. I don't know any. I watched one, and I know this is like current gen bad thing to do. I watched one video about why Star Trek Picard is a bad show, made by a person who I trust, who points out a whole bunch of spots where it's completely lore breaking and goes like, there's one of my favorite lines in Next Generation states, television went away 200 years ago because it was pointless technology that was no longer needed. In the first episode and trailer of the TV show Picard, you see Picard on a TV news show. Television was went away 200 years ago because it wasn't needed. And you see him on a TV doing a talk show. It was probably the Red Letter Media video. I don't ever go out of my way to watch Red Letter Media. I just occasionally end up... Actually, it probably was a clip from Red Letter Media. Because it wasn't a full Red Letter Media review or anything, but... Don't even start, okay? You don't know who Toto is? He is the head of the Mercedes F1 team. He's basically Arnold Schwarzenegger crossed with... I'm trying to think of somebody who's really mad all the time. He's like Arnold Schwarzenegger crossed with the Incredible Hulk, but he runs an F1 team, and he's a billionaire. I don't think he's a billionaire. Millionaire. Back in a second. I gotta go check something. Also, update on the weather. It's gone from snowing to raining to now snowing and raining. It looks really gross out there. All right, I can flip this switch. I just need to remember to flip it back by the end of the year. How many years? Late spring? That's fine. Let's get back down underground. Let's keep going around the edges of this. I need to remove that timer because I keep getting. Because that already happened. No? Sorted. Should be fine. Yeah, I haven't seen a single episode of the Lower Decks and probably won't. I watched one of the trailers for that show and was like, I don't think I'd like this very much. Not really the kind of thing I want from my Star Trek. Oh, also, speaking of bad TV shows, apparently the Cowboy Bebop thing on Netflix. Hold on, let me confirm this. Yeah, Netflix's Cowboy Bebop was already canceled. So, if you didn't like Netflix's Cowboy Bebop, or didn't even like the idea that it existed, well, it's already been canceled. So, there is that. Which actually kind of makes me want to watch it now. Like, I had no interest in watching it. And then Netflix canceled it. And now I'm like, no, I kind of want to watch it. It's like, even though, I really don't want, the memory of Cowboy Bebop destroyed in my brain, I kind of like the entire cast of that show. They're all good actors, including the dude who officially coined the term MILF in a movie. So. Oh, really? How bad of a storm, Hobo? And when you say storm, do you mean crying, or do you mean gamer moment storm? Speaking of writing up a storm, can we all just agree that the best part of the entirety of the race today was just Lewis Hamilton's best quote of beep for 30 seconds? Because that was just incredible. Why did they even bother putting that on air? Just Lewis screaming the F word, probably. I really want to hear the uncensored version of that. Oh no, I missed a spot. Crap. Get to fix that. So, okay, so she's throwing up a shitstorm. Gotcha. Wait, are you saying that somebody's mad that their fan fiction got taken down? Go for the race. I really want to cut out that beep and use that as a sound command on here. Even though it'll just sound like any old sensor beep. But we'd know where it came from, so it would be funny. Well, thanks, Hobo. You've kind of just cured me from being interested in watching that show. I still stand by my statement of I like the cast in that show, though. Casting seems good, but If the show sucks, then... I mean, you know exactly the kind of person Hobo is referring to when he says Tumblr hair, though. Aqua, that's the thing. That's the beauty of the statement, is like, oh, yeah, okay. I get it. Well, it's just like, it's why I stopped playing Blaseball. It's not because Blaseball got bad or anything. Blaseball is still pretty cool, but it became too much of like an analog for Tumblr, and it's like, well, I think I might just like not now. Before I'm just gonna love this thing and continue to love it in memory and not like slowly start to retroactively dislike it. Because that's what would have happened. Well, I mean, I guess you would understand it if you'd ever been to an anime convention in North America. You'd understand it if you'd ever been to an anime convention in North America. When you say Tumblr hair, that's a very specific thing. That everyone didn't like the show, so even more reason why her shitstorm is ironic and eye-rolling. Well, I think that the show existing is the reason nobody liked it. I don't think anybody's gonna like that show regardless. There's no way. It's like trying to make a live-action Avatar, Last Airbender. You just kind of can't do that. Really. It's hard to explain. That's hard to explain. We got many of those. Actually, probably, I mean, I could start counting, but we got a bunch of unicorn foals, adult unicorns, plenty of breeding. Apparently, I have a chicken in a cage. Thank you very much for the 14th month. Welcome back. How you doing, Laura? Chat, can I get a round of beers for the 14 months? Helping keep the stream funded one sub at a time. One cup of coffee at a time. We'll post in the Zoom channel. So you're telling me they fake censored out a swear word? Man, I take back everything that I said previously. F1 isn't a sport. It's just WWE. It's just fucking pre-scripted shit. It's all fake. It's all fake. All of it. If that was actually for nothing. I refuse to believe that. That's horrible. You're doing great. Yay! You're able to trace your great-grandmother back in your genealogy, and that's a good day. Yay! That's fun. My parents, or my dad specifically, helped his mom and my grandmother move recently. And as part of it, they also got some furniture and some like keepsakes and stuff from her. One of the things I got from her was a receipt for a horse and buggy carriage ride, dated, it was like 1830 something. It was like 1836. Oh, well then, yeah, shit is a censorable word, so naturally. But did he just go like shit like that? Is that all? He didn't go shit really loudly and long. Because if he did shit really loudly and really long, then it's justified beep. Will be useful when he finds a time machine. No, it's neat because it's framed though. It's like printing press and handwritten and all that. And none of the ink is faded. None of it's faded. It's like this pristine receipt. So at some point in the 1830s, a family member of mine bought because it's addressed to my last name. A family member of mine bought a horse and buggy across Ireland for 3 parcels and 4 people. Aww. I guess the beep makes it more dramatic. It's like those YouTube videos, Cutest, where people beep out things that shouldn't be beeped out and it sounds hilarious even though it's not. Not an angry shit, but a sad shit. Aw, man. Magic is ruined. I feel bad for anybody who doesn't know what Cutest is talking about. Not an angry shit, but a sad shit. Also, you know, everybody crying on the F1 subreddit aside. Lewis did a really good job, like, taking that loss. Like, I think he's doing a better job with the handling of it publicly than anybody else. Everybody else is, like, mad for him, and he's just like, well, it was a great race. I guess because it's his job to, like, you know, put up a face, but... Let's see what the subreddit's saying now. Did Reddit get a redesign again, or am I stoned? What the fuck? Reddit looks funny, chat, and I'm scared. Oh, I see. We loaded the mobile version. That makes no sense. What? I just saw something on Reddit which someone was actually joking, and it threw me for a loop for a second there. Somebody said that Vettel is getting a 10-place grid penalty at the start first race next season. I was like, sorry, what? And then they said, sorry, that was sarcasm. I guess it didn't come across in the post. It's like, no, that's not how the internet works. You have to type /S or make it clear that you're being sarcastic. The internet needs a better international sign, or... We need a better signal for sarcasm on the internet. Right now, like, the best thing that we got is Kappa, but it's not good enough. And it's also not really a thing outside of Twitch. We're into summer now. Like, is there, like, a sarcasm emoji? Like, is there a particular emoji that people use to describe sarcasm? Except for, like, maybe, like, the crying, laughing face. I don't know. Or, like, the upside down smiley sometimes. Like, I don't know. There really isn't any, like, emoji that's just, like, sarcasm. It's like, many emojis have just taken on different lives. Notably, like, the eggplant emoji, but... Oh, yeah, that's awesome, Laura. Rating that. Crazy her name was Nana. That's wild. Always fun learning about family. Especially family you weren't familiar with. Uh-oh, did I miss a command? I think so. Oh well, it's fine. You like being in prison anyway. Peter's, one of Peter's parents, Peter's dad is in prison because the mayor got mad at him. It's fine though. He likes it. He's repentant. Doesn't feel anything. Satisfied. Got water. Also, apologies for all of the F1 talk today. I know a lot of people here are not even remotely interested in F1. If anybody wants to talk about other things, I'm game for other subjects. I'm just kind of in ramble mode. Because I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning to watch a race, and that's all I can really think about right now. I mean, that's also just Max. Although, one thing I would say, Cutest, is give Max, like, this much... I don't like Max. Give Max this much credit. The reason you should give Max this much credit is Lewis has won 7 drivers' championships. This is Max's first drivers' championship. Give the guy a little bit of credit. Like, just give him some leeway for today. Also, there's something that I think is hilarious that I just kind of wanted to shout out. Because there's a interview from 2019 where some fucking reporter sticks a microphone in Max's face right after he lost a race and just bluntly asks, "Have you ever had a girlfriend?" And he looks like he's about to punch the person holding the microphone. And they just kept on, like, pointing camera at, and it's like, and that's Max's girlfriend. I think that that's absolutely hilarious for some reason, and I can't quite wrap my brain around why. It's just because, like, I just have this image in my head of that interview from 2019 where Max looks like he's about to kill a fool. And then today they just kept pointing the camera at his girlfriend, just being like, yeah, that's Max's girlfriend. It's very funny to me. Very, very funny to me. F1 bullshit. Don't watch F1, it's stupid. Dumb sport. So, chat, I hope you guys have all had a good weekend. I've kind of done nothing of value this weekend. I've basically just kind of, like, streamed and then been lazy. That's basically all I've done this weekend. Not done much outside of just streamed. Played War Tales. That game's neat. Now playing DF. Don't know what I'm going to do this evening. I haven't decided yet. Need to figure that out. Might go grocery shopping tonight. That's kind of like where my plans are at right now. It's like, didn't do anything yesterday. Might go grocery shopping tonight. The one problem with streaming daily is, like, or rather, I don't really understand how some daily streamers do it. It's like, how do you stream every single day and always have shit to talk about? It's like, I run out of shit to talk about after, like, day 4. I mean, that's pretty fucking productive, Cutest. That is pretty fucking productive. Shopping is interesting. Can be. Depends on what you're shopping for. I don't know what I'm going to get, though. I know I need more produce stuff. I've got plenty of beans and carrots and stuff, but I need to buy more foods. Hi, audio. There's gonna be a lot of like random nonsensical anecdotes about bullshit Formula One stuff today. So, you know, can always talk about the game. Not when you've played about 1,000 hours of the same fort. If you want to ask me questions about the game, I can probably answer them. But outside of that, like, really ain't too much to say unless something abnormal is happening, and things don't happen that are abnormal particularly frequently. About streamers in general? I mean, even then, like, there's a point with streaming where you've probably played a certain enough of a game that like it's basically impossible to just keep talking about it. And this goes for most streamers that I know. If you've played more than a human should have of a video game, it becomes difficult to talk about eventually. Like fly home? Or you, oh, Great America. Okay, I was gonna say, why would rain stop you from flying home? But also, it's supposed to rain in California. What's going on? Are they okay? Well, that sucks. I mean, for whatever it's worth, it's snowing and raining over here right now. So California can fucking eat me. We got the best weather, both of them at once. Non-stop. It's fun. That is weird though. Snowing in Cali? that's the real weird bit. Snowing in Cali. It's bizarre. Well, definitely don't drive on any public streets if it does rain. Because nobody has all-season tires down there. Yeah, but I know what part of... Well, I know rain, but still. Did I say snowing? My brain. I woke up at 3 in the morning, okay? I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning to watch F1. And by waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning, my alarm was set for 4:45, but my brain was like, no, you're getting up at 3 a.m. I guess I was excited about the race today, which is probably good for me, frankly. Be excited about something once in a while. You should be escaping snow. Yeah, you're working in California so that you don't need to be in snow, right? That is the only real reason why you're working in California, right? No other reason. Definitely not. Oh, I know Northern California gets snow. I'm well aware. I'm well aware. I also, and I'm aware that they also get rain, but audio's in a place where it shouldn't be raining. That's weird. So. I've never been to Northern Cali, so I can't speak to it. I've been to LA more times than I would like, and I never want to go back. I hate that stupid city. I've been to San Diego a couple of times. It's fine, but I would never want to live there. Been to various other places in LA, like, and outside of LA in Orange County. And it's like, yeah, I do not understand people's like enjoyment of that city. I don't understand why people would willingly go to LA. LA is awful. You grew up in San Diego? I gotcha. San Diego's fine. Like, San Diego I don't mind visiting, but I would never want to live there. That is not true. I know multiple people that live in LA because they like it. Or claim to live there because they like it. Maybe they're just in denial. I don't know. It's like people ask me why I live in Vancouver and because they're like, but the rent's expensive. It's like, I don't fucking care. It's the best place in the world. Why would I live anywhere else? Legit live in the best city in the world. It's denial. LA is LA. It doesn't matter where you're in LA. If you're in LA, you're in LA. But then again, I don't like cities. And I guess the reason I like Vancouver is because it's the least city you could live in. Like, I was planning a snowshoeing trip with a friend of mine shortly after Christmas, a couple days after Christmas. And our plans literally are like, take a train 30 minutes up the tracks from where I live, get off and get on a 20-minute bus, and we'll be at this where we're going snowshoeing, up like all the way up a mountain. It's legit like a 40-minute drive from me. Well, most of that's public transit and waiting, but like 25 minutes of actually sitting in a bus to get up a mountain. It's like, and that's gonna cost me like $11 in transit fees. It's like $1.50 for here to the station I need to get to, and then another. It's $10 to get back down because the shuttle up is free. It's $10 to get back. So because once you're up there, you ain't getting down unless you pay for the shuttle. So you kind of have to pay for the shuttle coming back. There are areas of Vancouver where rent is cheap. You probably don't want to live there, though. That's the thing about Vancouver. There's definitely areas that are... People ever get stranded up there because of no money? There's an ATM up there. I don't think so. I don't think you really can get stranded up there. Although if you did get stranded up there, there is like a open 24 hours a day lodge where you can just stay, so... Not like you'd die if they left you up there. It is just a public building. You can just go in there. I mean, also, you could theoretically walk down. It's only like 7 kilometers or something up the side of the mountain. Not that far up. It's just a switchbacky road. But I've never heard of anybody ever getting stuck up there, so I doubt it. Generally, the only stories I've ever heard of people getting stuck up there is because they, like, get really high and then get lost or get eaten by a bear or fall off a cliff. I've never heard of anybody going up there and, like, getting stuck up there because they were, like, didn't have the money to get back down. Don't drink and snowshoe. Pro tip. It's a bad thing. The only beverages you should be drinking while snowshoeing is coffee, tea, and water. Maybe hot chocolate. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. I've never been to been to Alaska, but I've been to the Yukon, yeah. Various spots in the Yukon. I've been to northern BC to the Alaskan border, but that was a long time ago. That seems like a you problem, Aqua. Need an S at the end, 2 second. How did I like it? It was alpine. Not a lot up there. Nice for hiking. Don't really have too much to say about the Yukon. I hope it never gets populated, and I wish people would stop mining up there, and I wish people would stop riding their dirt bikes up there. Preserve it. Let it stay. I think probably... I have more fun in, like, northern BC than the Yukon, because northern BC is more forested and temperate, and that's the kind of climate I like hiking around in. The super high altitude, cold as fuck Yukon is just, like, kind of painful. But it was also a long time ago that I was up there, so I don't know. It's fine. Why, are you an Alaska person or something? Fucking always forget how much slowdown you get from this. The most frame rate intensive thing you can do in Dwarf Fortress is channeling. Why? You want to go where there's absolutely fuck all for as far as the eye can see? Like, literally nothing? I don't really have much of an opinion on, like, the Yukon and the Alaskan border is because, like, I don't drive, I can't drive, I can never drive, and I need to be within walking distance of a hospital. So, as much as I would love to live somewhere like that, it's not even an option. I can't even go visit unless I have somebody to drive me. So, I just hope that it gets preserved as long as possible, and I wish people would stop trying to mine gold up there. It's kind of a waste of time. So are remote controls. They turn my TV on and off, if I had one. They turn my stereo on and off, which I do have. Almost done mining out this pile of rock. I mean, I like the happy middle ground. Give me a city where 20-minute shuttle in any direction will take me to one of 4 mountains. That's the optimal, in my opinion. So I can go snowshoeing in remote places. That's my optimal state of being. Is basically where I live. Place where I don't need to drive because I can't. I can also get out into nature when I want to. Blood barrels. All of those. All of those. Large clothing if I have any. Headwear. Footwear. Legwear. Small town where everything you need. 2 larger cities 30 minutes away and forest and hills all around. Yeah, that's the, like, not... I'm kind of, like, at a point in my life where I feel like a lot of the... I'm looking for... A lot of the places that people want to live that are remote, I am of the opinion that they shouldn't be populated. We should not really be going into the Yukon. We should just kind of let it be. Leave it alone. Because we're not benefited at all as a species. We're going up there. All that we're really doing is destroying the last natural habitats that we have left. We don't need to be up there. Just let it be. It was nice that way. Olympics in one direction and Cascades in the other. Yeah, I mean, here it's like I got golden ears, Seymour, grouse, sea to sky, Garibaldi, Panorama, Jackass, which is a mountain that you can hike up that is relatively close to here. Then if you go up the valley, there's all of the hills and mountains up the valley. If you go even further up the valley, then you hit Manning, which is also wonderful. Polskub Prinsar says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the cheese, naturally. In hundreds of years. Your bicycle. I mean, I could bike to the mountain, but if I want to be at the mountain at 6 a.m. to watch the sunrise, I ain't getting up at 3 a.m. But I'll get up at 3 a.m. to watch F1, so I guess I just have double standards. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. As per usual. Yeah, that sounds wonderful. See, like, I would agree with you that it isn't great if I had to drive, but the fact that it's like, just get onto a train, ride on the train for a bit, and then get on a shuttle bus that's going up there anyway, yeah, that's fine. But usually the way we do our snowshoeing trips, we try and be on the mountain by about 6 a.m. We catch the first shuttle at 5:30. Like, hold on. Let's just, let me just Google the view from Mount Seymour. This is one of the places I go snowshoeing. Although I don't usually take these, but this is Mount Seymour. This is the ski lift, and this is somebody on the ski lift taking a photo. But we normally start down here, and then we hike up where this ski lift goes up to the top of the ski hill. So there's a trail that follows the ski lift up to the top of the thing. That's the view from it. That's Vancouver. That's downtown. So I can actually see where I live from here, but I'm not going to point at it. So, you know, that's the mountain. That's a 30-minute trip from 45-minute trip from where I'm at. And then there's also Golden Ears. But Golden Ears really isn't something that you can do in a day. Golden Ears is like more of a 2-day trip, but that's Golden Ears. I can see that from my porch. That's Golden Ears. That's a little further away though. That's out where I grew up. That's like maybe an hour's drive from here. In a car. That's a little further. It's not one of the close mountains. We have 4 close mountains. That's the 5th one. The further away one. And then if you're a masochist, you can do grouse. That's what you have. That looks like our marshlands. I mean, don't get me wrong. This shit's beautiful. Like, don't get me wrong. This is gorgeous. This is gorgeous. I mean, the one photo that I like to show people when people ask me about where I go hiking is this. I took this photo. That's actually my hair. That's me. I took this photo. I also took this photo. This is the top of Garibaldi Mountain. That's my dad. That's a creek. That's me. And then that's Black Tusk. This is... I'm not sure what you're asking about. Are you asking, is this photo from Norway? Or are you asking about the thing that was linked? Almost looks like a textured glitch. It's not. And also that's glacier. That's not snow. That's like permafrost that never melts. Cool Mountains? That is Garibaldi National Park, which is halfway up the sea to sky, which is about an hour and a half drive from here in a car. Hour and a half drive. Just look up Garibaldi Mountain or Black Tusk. If you played any of the SSX games, specifically SSX Tricky, they had a course called Garibaldi Mountain. And the reason it's called Garibaldi Mountain was the rights to buy the right to name a course Garibaldi was cheaper than getting the rights to Whistler, which is what that track was actually based on. So they called it Garibaldi and said that it was in Canada because they couldn't get the rights to Whistler, which is an actual ski hill and you can't go skiing on Garibaldi. So that's kind of a fun little random fact about a video game. So I brought it back around. Yay, we're talking about video games again. Also, hey, Kara. What's up? Hope you're doing well. Also, all of those photos were taken on my phone camera. Until 3 a.m. yesterday? Good for you. Did you die at the end, or did you save and exit? Most of the SSX games have a course in them called Garibaldi, which is always hilarious to me. It's always a course that's modeled after Whistler. There's salmon in my drain. Meaning I could fish in my tavern. I could let the dwarves fish in my tavern. I wanted to. Because there's salmon in that. You mean like system demanding? Because no, it's not. It's really not. Not for the amount of processing they're doing. Not for the amount of clockwork AI they have running. I mean, it requires 4 gigs of RAM, 2 gigs of memory space, which is mostly music, and a 1 gigahertz processor. Like, that's not high requirements. It's like your computer is, your computer's running on Ubuntu. It's like Dwarf Fortress is a high performance requirement game in adventure mode, and that has, and Dwarf Fortress is like, yeah, if you have a crap computer, it's not going to run well, but also if you go to a big city, it's not going to run well. Caves of Cud runs remarkably well for the amount of processing that they're doing. Let's put this out. That is not actually what I wanted to do. It's just from the layer above. I hit enter each time I did that, but I didn't. Ah, well, that's because I haven't even finished this. Finish this first. Yeah, no, Caves of Cud runs just fine. Like, obviously something like Angband is going to be lighter, but obviously something like NetHack is going to be lighter, but a different kind of thing. In fact, I'm pretty sure CDDA requires more computer horsepower than Caves of Cud. A game that actually like requires like some graphical performance to run would be like Jupiter Hell, but that's because it's fully 3D. Like, you actually need a graphics card to play that. Laptops weren't strong in 2014. Laptops are like, if you think about power as in like a desktop, laptops are always shit. Like, they've never been good, and they still aren't. Like, laptops are just, if you want a powerful PC, just like not what you should be purchasing. Arguably, we're still in the Source 2 era. No, because Source 2 came out with Portal 2, right? And Portal 2 was 2011. Am I crazy? I thought that Source 2 came out with Portal 2. Like, what? I'd swear that Portal 2 was Source 2. You've never played Portal? Get out of my chat. We can't be friends. Play good video games. What the fuck? Unless you get motion sickness. But either way, get out of my chat. What the fuck? No, it's fine. We can still be friends. But I will think less of you. It's okay. I think very little of anybody, so. Why didn't you just do both of those right away? What? Okay. An odd choice, Dwarf. Get rid of our scaffolding bridge. No migrants. We haven't had migrants since year 128, so I'm not surprised. And we are on year... Did my civ run out? That's not how the game works. If you have 3,000 dead in this screen, dead and missing, the game assumes that you have too many dwarves. So it stops sending you migrants. Civilization is still alive and well, but if you're doing a long-term fortress, you're going to stop getting migrants after about 150 years or so. I mean, I believe you. But I was also right. The first tech demo released in 2010 for Source 2. So I kind of was right, but also you were also right. The fuck is robot repair? Oh, it's the lab, right? Okay. And then whatever the fuck the Face Punch Studios thing is Gary's Mod 2. More Gary's Mod edition. Death off the map? Yeah, if you have DF hack. But that's cheating and goes against what I'm trying to do with this whole playthrough. Because the whole point of this playthrough is to play completely vanilla, make it last as long as possible, just to prove that it can be done. Damn it, I'm going to prove that it can be done. Without retiring or starting the fort over at any point. I've never actually installed Gmod, so I couldn't tell you. "1,000 years. There's a reason it's called Longdeath Millennium. Yes. Banana. Yes. Do you understand now why I'm so careful and anal about running this fort? Because I need to be. And how are you only just figuring this out after probably watching at least 100 hours of this fort? I definitely like explain it relatively frequently too, so. I'm sitting down. Ah, left knee is starting to hurt. Come down to my level, chat. As part of no longer getting migrants, you also no longer get visitors. I haven't received a visitor in the fortress since like year 60. Belliner became an adult, so I need to give you jobs. So I haven't had visitors in the fortress in a very, 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 very long time. Morning, Chocobo. How are you? And also, if a dwarf's partner dies, they can sometimes remarry and can sometimes not. Depends on the dwarf. And for example, I do have some interesting dwarves. Like if I... Where are you? I think it's Kickroast. Yeah, Kickroast, who's married, has 2 kids, but also has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lovers. Who are all in my fort. And then there's this dwarf, Saigon, who's also married and has 2 lovers. And then there's, like, this dwarf who's not even in the fort, who's one of their lovers. And then there's, like, this dwarf, who is not married, but has a lover. Ironically, it might actually be hurting my fertility of the fortress. because some dwarves are non-magnanimous and some are magnanimous, right? So if they only want one partner and they have a lover, that counts as their partner and they don't need another partner, which is a problem when you're trying to make kids, because they won't have kids with somebody that they're not married to in fort mode. In Legends, they will. In fort mode, they can't. Define paradise. As most of Tinder would lead you to believe that Earth is paradise too, by that logic. Just because you can fuck everything doesn't mean people don't stop having feelings. Although it would also argue that the world of the Expanse is paradise, because there's a lot of pirate crews and belter crews that all just kind of like have like a big happy fuck family, and there's like 8 of them and they're all in one crew and they're just like, yay, let's go be pirates. Whee! And then it's great until your gunner gets shot. Well, at least this dwarf's happy. Super happy being in prison. Different strokes for different folks. Ducky. It's funny because there's a lot of people who seem to think that that's the case, and then it's like, well, when you try it, it stops being the case real quick. Most people can't handle it. But so for the vast majority of people, it's abject hell. Abject hell. Not the first time that's happened, though. I've definitely had dwarves previously that I've had like a dozen plus lovers for kind of no reason, and it's always kind of amusing to notice. But yeah, if you want to end up in a non-singular relationship with like 6 or 7 individuals, you could absolutely do that. There are many communities that are quite welcoming in that sector in the world, Ducky. So by your logic of just because dwarves can marry multiple dwarves or have multiple lovers, doesn't mean you can't do that ethically on Earth. It's just, it's not an easy feat to pull off without somebody being pissed off. They don't. Strict null. Banana. They're in previous versions of the game. By that I mean like 2014 DF, they would marry cousins, but from what I can tell in the current version, if they're closer than second cousins, they won't do more than just be friends, which is why I have to constantly be bringing in merchants into the fort. Because merchants aren't permanent residents, but are from different family lines, so they can marry in, or have kids that can then marry in. But it's kind of this feedback loop where I need to be bringing in merchants. Otherwise, I will never be able to keep my population growing. It'll just start to shrink and shrink and shrink and shrink and shrink until everybody's dead. And that will just happen inevitably. Because eventually we'll end up in a situation where everybody's too related to want to have kids anymore, which is kind of a problem. So now when people are just like, why aren't you invading things? Why aren't you constantly at war? It's, well, because I need these dwarves to stay alive. Quite literally. Otherwise, this whole series will be for naught. And a whole year plus of playing this fortress is, not really. It's I need your family line. It's not I need your seed. Also, dwarves don't have sperm. Don't ask. Dwarves don't actually need to woohoo to have kids, unlike The Sims. They just need to stand in general proximity with somebody they have feelings for. and then a baby appears. It's more like the stork theory. Yeah, they need to stand in the general vicinity of somebody they have feels for. If they don't have the feels for somebody and they're not standing in the general vicinity, then it's not going to work. But if they stand in the general vicinity, then they're all fine. Yeah, pretty much. Gets a hug. Ah, fuck. Thank Christ, it's not that easy. I don't know. The whole spores theory thing makes me feel gross and want to throw up, so I kind of just ignore it personally. But you can have that theory if you want. It's a pretty common fan theory. It's just that whole thing just makes me think of like The Last of Us and mushroom people and all that shit. Just I'm good. I don't want to think about spores coming out of things that are not mushrooms. Spores coming out of mushrooms are just fine. Living mushrooms are non, but non-mushroom things, I will walk away from that body horror and puke in the corner. I like body horror, but it does make me want to throw up sometimes. They equip the baby. Like, wait, are you asking, like, how does the mother carry the baby? Or are you asking, how does the mother get pregnant with the baby? Because baby just appears. There's no, like, stat making it obvious that the mother is pregnant. Baby just warps into existence one day. I don't know the answer to that question. Go dig into the wiki. I've never looked into it. So originally, the babies would mount the mother when the baby was born, and they would get the mounted tag, which is basically just baby sitting on mom's shoulders. And then they changed how mount AI works, which is why you got the mind controlling babies bug for a bit. And now they just equip the baby instead, so that mom can maintain mom AI instead of gaining baby AI, which is what happened previously when they changed how mounts worked. So babies would mind control their mothers to death. I mean, it's logic. If you think about it, it makes some sense, but it's also like whack. For the same reason that a lot of logic in DF is kind of whack. Because, like, evil mounts, when they would invade you, like, goblins could have mounts, right? And evil mounts have the same AI or a similar AI to the goblins who would invade you, right? So it's like, if you're getting invaded by an army of goblins on beak dogs, the beak dog AI would take over, and the beak dog AI is more or less the same as the normal invader AI, where they just kind of go towards the nearest line directly into your base to where the most dwarves are. So it didn't matter whose AI was in control in that situation. But the second you have somebody who is, and then when you change the way mounts work so that adventurers can control mounts in adventure mode, so you can get onto a horse in adventure mode and control it, then the person who's mounted on the mount is controlling the mount instead of the mount controlling the person who's on the mount, if that makes sense. So the person on the mount now has control over the horse or bear or giant jaguar or whatever you're riding in adventure mode. And that retroactively also changed the way invader AI works. So instead of the beak dog having control, it's the goblin now who has control, which is fine. However, it breaks it for the mothers who have babies mounted on their back because they're carrying baby in the game logic, but instead of like carrying the baby on their back, it's the baby now driving the mom instead of the mom driving the baby. And baby AI is walk in circles away from food until I die, instead of mom logic, which is feed baby. Also feed me so I don't die. Dwarf Fortress. It's allegedly a video game that people play. Do you get all that, chat? You mean like the board game, The Game of Life, or something weird and YouTubey? And you know what? People are still only obsessed over the bug where cats died in taverns, and nobody seems to care about the mothers that got ridden to death by their parents. Imagine having to explain the talk to a dwarf child. If you love someone very, very much and they're in the general vicinity, then suddenly, pop, a baby appears. It's also like it's like explaining to the nonsensical clusterfucks who pay no attention to DF but read a little bit about it sometimes, who seem to think everybody has beards by default. It's like, that's actually factually incorrect. Like, only male dwarves have beards, and not all male dwarves have beards. Some of them shave their beards. Which is always fun to tell people. However, you can change that by removing a set of brackets in the init files. Yep, dwarves that grow up with humans shave their beards. Fact. Every now and again, you'll see a dwarf that doesn't have a beard, and it's always like, what? Why don't you have beard? And it's always because they were probably raised in a human faction. They often usually have short hair too. I will pretend I never read that sentence, Banana. You blame Lord of the Rings for the lack of knowledge of dwarf reproduction? Why do you blame Lord of the Rings for that? I mean, the only reason Dwarf Fortress doesn't have a super detailed reproduction system is Tarn doesn't want to program it. And frankly, I don't blame the guy. Frankly, I'm glad that that can't happen. Although, allegedly, and I don't have a way to test this myself, but allegedly, if there is a married couple and the male dwarf is gelded, like a male dwarf and a female dwarf, and the male dwarf is gelded, they can't have a baby. Allegedly. So, there is something taken into account there. They need to both be functioning. Gelded, yes. Don't Google gelding. It's when you cut the nuts off of a male animal. That's a farming term. If you want to see horses getting or cows getting deballed, go to Google and type that in. Gelding strikes are incredibly rare. Yeah, well, it's generally one of the most protected areas. But you can, in fact, hit somebody in Dwarf Fortress with a gelding strike, which is cut their nuts off. Neutering, that's the newer term for it, the more modern term. Gelding is a farming term. And it's also the term that was used in, like, the medieval ages, gelding. He was gelded. I mean, it's possible. Banana. You've been gelded by a trap in adventure mode? There's so many things that could mean, and I love it. Cattle. You happy now? Apologies. You are correct, though. Cows are female cattle. I mean, I guess that's technically a thing, but that's not the correct name for meatball. A male cow is a bull, a female cow is a cow. The plural of cow is cattle. So you have cows and bulls. Bulls are a male and a cow is a female. And they're all cattle. But because of modern English, people just call them cows. But technically, cow is only the female. So basically, it's like being sexist towards burgers and the beautiful animals that they are. I always saw bulls as a different species. It's factually incorrect. Although, as a male, it sometimes feels like we're a different species. Apparently sometimes feels that way. Enjoy the Lark's audio. It's just like technically a moose is a female moose and a bull moose is a male moose. So if you just say it's a moose, you're probably referring to a female moose. But if you're saying a bull moose, then it's a male, which is more confusing. Also, I'm pretty sure isn't horse like... Isn't there like a different name for a male horse too? Like male horses are stallions. Then a female horse is just a horse. I might be wrong there. Mare? I think you're right. Mare and stallion? There you go. I don't know. I'm not a horse person. I know shit all about horses. And I think that they're terrifying, so I shouldn't be let anywhere near horses. Horrifying creatures. Things of nightmares. A nightmare. Scary female horse. Or it's just a sleeping female horse? It's just a female horse at night? I'm going to take a peek at what Reddit thinks about Mercedes getting told no. So this is Reddit's official statement about or what I'm taking as Reddit's official statement on the finals of F1 today in Abu Dhabi, which is, want the true result? Find out this winter on Drive to Survive on Netflix. And then the first comment on that is just, I really hope that Netflix had a camera crew in the room when this was announced to Mercedes. Yep, same. Looking forward to it. Should be fun. Someone also, this is also pretty funny, which I might need to copy. Toto crying, Michael, Michael, might be my WhatsApp notification. That would be a really good, like, text tone. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I've been eating too much mental popcorn today. Is that the stewards are more consistent? This is F1 we're talking about. Don't get your hopes up. Like I've said a billion times before, I'm here for the show. I don't care so much about the actual sport. I'm here for the show. As long as there's a good show, I'm happy, and that was a good show today. And the show's still going. All I hope for next season is that the field is more even. That's what I hope for. I'm so scared that next season's going to start and it's just going to be one team just wins everything. I just don't want that. Because that's not a fun show. It's great if you like that team, but if you're just kind of like not cheering for anybody in particular and just there for the show like me, that's not fun. I'm just there for the show. So, put on a good show and I'm happy. Put on a bad show and I'm mad. Yeah, but I really hope that that's what we get. I hope it's just chaos. I hope it's not like I hope I don't learn to hate people again. Because I'll be honest, watching Mercedes just wreck face for ages got so boring. Like the number of times I've seen a podium where it's just like Lewis in first, Bottas in second, Max in third, and it's just Lewis, yep, first place again. Bottas, yep, second place again. Max, yep, third place again. I don't ever want to have to watch that again. That's so fucking boring. I don't want Red Bull to be the next dominant force. I want Red Bull to win one race a year, okay? And I want Checo to win the Mexican Grand Prix. That's all I really care about. As long as Checo wins Mexico, I'm happy. Hamverbot's a meme? Yes, Hamverbot's indeed a meme. It's the best hamburger you'll ever get. Like, to be clear, I'm not a Red Bull fan. I'm closer to an AlphaTauri fan than a Red Bull fan. Like, I like their B team way more than Red Bull. I just kind of like Checo because I've liked Checo for a long time. And I don't think Checo's ever going to be their number one driver, so. Checo's just a fun driver to watch. He's an entertaining driver who's often in fun fights. And for the race today, he had hands down the best sequence of the day. No questions asked. That duel between him and Lewis for a lap, that was fucking great. Some of the best racing today was Checo. Not Max. Yeah, Max won because he's faster. And the car is tuned perfectly for him and not Checo. So naturally, he's going to win. But I'm just there for a show. I don't want anybody to be dominant. An ideal world for me would be like 4 teams, all about the same speed, all competing for first. That would be fun. Like if we could get like Mercedes, Red Bull, McLaren, Ferrari kind of even, that would be phenomenal. That's my dream. That's what I want. Yeah, that's... Isn't F2 even? Yeah, that's because it's assigned cars. They all have the same car. They're all running the spec race. Same with Formula E. Yeah, they're all driving the same car. But I don't really like spec races. See, that's the problem is like you don't get the same amount of innovation and interesting tech in that kind of racing. I find Formula E kind of interesting. The problem that I have with Formula E is they only ever race on street tracks, meaning they're very flat. No, not totally. Even that kind of racing, there's still difference between the cars. Not as much, though. My main issue with Formula 2, though, and Formula 3 is I already wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning often to watch races. I ain't waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning or 1 o'clock in the morning to watch races. I do sometimes watch the highlights from Formula E just to kind of, and not Formula E, F2 just to kind of see what's going on about who's coming in, but that's about it. I watch more Formula W than Formula E, but that's because Formula W is free on YouTube for Canada, so. Formula W, yep. The racing series that nobody knows about. It's the women's series. But nobody promotes it, nobody advertises it because it's women, which, you know, obviously nobody wants to watch. Please understand that that was sarcasm. More just commenting about how Formula One's kind of sexist. Fun fact, Formula W is a support, did support races for most of Formula One this year. So most of the Formula One races this year had Formula W races before the Formula One races. Most of them did. But they did a very good job promoting it. Something, women are lighter, which means they are smaller, which means they can be fit into more compact cars, meaning they theoretically could probably go faster, actually. But one of my favorite things about Extreme E, though, the racing series, is the fact that it's a guy and girl team, and the girls need booster seats. So that's one of my favorite parts about Extreme E. And that's one of the silliest things about Extreme E. It's like the girls are so short compared to half of these dudes. Like, they have to pull a booster seat out to throw the guy in, or like put in a booster seat and put the girl into the car. That shit's just too funny to watch. I don't, as somebody who used to swim semi-competitively, I don't think that's true. Banana. Some women are more aerodynamic, some are not. Just like some men are more aerodynamic and some are not. But I think that might have been a joke, so I'm not entirely sure. Is any spots that need to be filled in? Yep. What about hydrodynamic? What about intergalactic? Because now we're just like naming Daft Punk songs that never came out. How you doing, Disco? If you want some good news, you're not dead. You're 4 years old and I have the hiccups. You got grouchy once for being caught in the rain, but you're not dead. You're 4 years old. All right, it's time to turn the fountains off. We're into late summer. Do you have Neudorf? No. I don't give Neudorf right away to people. You have to ask for Neudorf. But also, you were alive for like 150 something years. So you're not going to get Neudorf for like 100 years probably. You get to wait a bit. Just give other people a chance, you know? You had a very long-lived dwarf. It was very impressive. Auto fort? You can completely automate a fort to play by itself in DF hack using a script, yes. Oh, boo-hoo. Cutest. I mean, if you want to watch Auto Fort, you can. Just go to the Dwarf Fortress directory and refresh it. Saysiad, yeah. This stream. Right here. This is Auto Fort. This is Dwarf Fortress playing itself. Sometimes it works great. Sometimes they don't even get underground. So. Also, this is an interesting twist. That stream's title changed its title. We follow Dwarfs 24/7, chill, and sometimes play Roblox. They sometimes stream Roblox on that channel? Excuse me? That's perplexing. Why? All right, then. I don't believe I've ever seen that channel do anything except for just like 24/7 streaming DF. I know somebody who started streaming and streamed for a couple of weeks and then got partnered because all he did was stream Roblox, so I'd be inclined to believe you. I would indeed be inclined to believe you. What's the link for that Dwarf Fortress stream? The 24/7 one? This one.
Hello.
Incoming resub, you've been warned. All right. Waiting. You love my emotes? I'm glad somebody does. God damn it. So I'm gonna comment on something real quick. This is a game that got posted on my Discord. First off, bad name. Nether Guild. It's hard to say. Can people please stop making games that look like this? So tired of looking at games that look like this. Especially considering, like, this game, like, it looks fine, right? But, like, this already exists. Like, come on, stop it. And I like this game. This game's pretty good. Calm down there, Porky Pig. Bee by Bo Bum. I am an animal, and I'm singing a song of an Englishman. It's good to see you too, animal. Thank you very much for the 47th month. At the tier 3, because you're a crazy mad lad. Thank you very much for the continued support of myself and the channel. Thank you for helping me pay bills and for watching the streams. And thank you for the nonsensical madness that was for the last minute. I hope you've been well. I would like to inform you, though, that the laugh sound command has changed for the generic ones. It is now Keanu Reeves laughing. Like a little child, which is very amusing.
Isn't that interesting?
Not really, Scatman. It's definitely not brainpower. Fun fact, I get content ID claims from brainpower on YouTube every now and again. And apparently people who played it recently got copyright strikes, which is kind of incredible. It's like, man, we made that song into a meme and it probably sold a lot better because, you know. It's big sad. Even though Darude didn't play Sandstorm, at the very least, he doesn't copyright people for playing Sandstorm. It is that interview of him chuckling at some NFT bro. You know, on one hand, chat, I'm kind of sad I never, like, actually went all out and just made an NFT. Or I minted a bunch of NFTs and sold them as stream merch. On one hand, I'm real sad I didn't do that. On the other hand, I'm extremely happy I didn't do that. NFT images are weird. I mean, the NFT I wanted to make, and I've talked about this a few times, so it's not like it's a secret. The NFT I wanted to make was a picture of me holding a t-shirt that says, I bought an NFT and all I got was this stupid fucking t-shirt. And then sell the t-shirts, but you buy the NFT and you also get... well, I sell the NFTs, and if you buy the NFT, you also get the t-shirt that says, I bought an NFT and all I got was this stupid fucking t-shirt. And then you get an NFT of a picture of me holding the t-shirt. And I would take... because I was going to mint 20... And yeah, I mean, I could like legit just make that t-shirt, but not make an NFT out of it, which would almost be funnier. If I made a t-shirt that said, I bought an NFT and all I got was this stupid fucking shirt, would you just buy that shirt? Because I don't know if anyone would. Physical paintings can't exactly be copy-pasted. No, they can't. But we're also, digital artists are also trying to figure out ways to make a living, so I don't really blame them. You 100% would. Cooler, are you watching my stream right now? You want to make some money? Because chat wants to buy a stupid t-shirt. This is how I summon my artist. And sometimes it works. Sometimes he's playing Warframe and doesn't respond. The humans have arrived with their annual tribute, so I was kind of hoping Stone would be here, but it's all good. Because it is now fall. Maybe even better, like just the crypt blank dwarf holding up a sign that just says I bought an NFT and all I got was this t-shirt. That's like the theory, right? The problem is to mint NFTs, it's like 200 bucks a pop to mint NFTs. So if I were to mint 20 NFTs, which is about the minimum I could do, realistically, like I look at my savings account and I look at that and I go, that's a big gamble. So I'd kind of have to make it do that, Aqua. Otherwise, and I would need to charge a lot for them because I unfortunately don't have money to throw around to do a lot of that. Do it. What's up? Just to let you know, one of your kids made an artifact today, an artifact unicorn pick to be specific. It was Tygo, and your only daughter, and she dedicated the pick to you. So you have a pick dedicated to you now. It's one of those, like, I would actually have to put money into it, so I would actually then have to be an NFT bro if I did it. So I don't quite know if I want to do that. You know? It's like, eventually we become the enemy that we despise, I suppose. Oh my god, it's a single-page tribute for Council of Men. Stone's going to be ecstatic. Well, that's good. Can I just say that I feel like I'm the only person who's weirded out by the fact that there's a TV show called Arcane, but a video game gets, like, yelled at for being called Take-Two, or It Takes Two. Yet, there's a TV show called Arcane, And a studio named Arcane? Because one of them has a K, which makes it totally different, right? What's the controversy on Arcane? There is no controversy. I just think it's weird that Take-Two goes around suing anybody and anything and anybody who uses the name Rockstar or Take-Two in literally anything from X throwing like groups to coffee shops to tattoo parlors. But Arcane is called Arcane. I just think it's weird. That's all. I just think copyright law is silly sometimes. That's all. I just think it's silly. It's more just like me anecdotally commenting on the name of a thing being funny. No, they're under ZeniMax, which is owned by Microsoft. Although Microsoft is pretty sue happy, to be fair. So I don't know. I'm just kind of surprised that they were able to call a thing Arcane, but probably because it's Arcane with a K instead of Arcane with a C. I have zero interest in Arcane though, because like I don't like League of Legends. I don't need to watch a League of Legends TV show. Thanks. Don't like the video game. Don't need more of it. Also, can I just say I think it's hilarious that you never really see anybody going, oh, don't play League of Legends, that's owned by China. But the literal second you mention the Epic Game Store existing, people are like, oh god, that's China! It's like, you know that they own more of League of Legends than Epic, right? Yes, this is true. They were indeed the ones that sued Notch for making a game called Scrolls. Yeah, they do have the exclusive rights to the name Scrolls, which is bonkers. It's actually, Scrolls was a weird game because it was weirdly ahead of its time. You should name it Arcane Town with a K. Animal. See how quickly before Microsoft shows up. Coming to get you. Oh yeah, no, Notch should be shot into the sun, but that's a different subject. I mean, also to be clear, it wasn't really Notch making Scrolls. It was his studio that was making Scrolls before they got bought by Microsoft. So he was just the studio head at the time of Mahjong or Mahjong or Mahjong or Mahjong, Mojang, or however the fuck you're supposed to say it, because everybody pronounces it differently. Honestly, I think Mojang is my favorite, but it was a Mahjong game. It was just that studio. So it wasn't just his game. Other people worked on it. It was a team of like 15 or something that made that game. So it kind of sucks for all those people who were working on it. So I wouldn't necessarily say that Notch's studio that has lots of other employees that are good people getting sued is a good thing. Just remember, studios aren't their studio head. Notch didn't exactly get sued for that. It's definitely his studio that got sued for that. Mazyong. Yeah, Mosing. Mosing. Okay, and you want me to pronounce any of those words how? Mind? Like, okay, so Mahjong is an Englishified version of Mahjong. Mahjong basically means thingamajig. 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 A thingamajig. 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 It's also spelled exactly the same way as Mahjong is a board game. I'm doing too much channeling and the frame rate's going bye-bye. Yeah, but like the reason I always say it different is Microsoft took Minecraft to E3 a bunch of years in a row. And one of the years the lady pronounced it Mojang. And ever since then, to me, it's just been Mojang. I don't actually care that it's wrong. But she said Mojang. So that's now my headcanon way of saying it. I don't even care if it's wrong. It's just like I say sword instead of sword because I think it sounds funny. I know it's not how you pronounce the word sword, but to me it's sword, and it will always be sword. I don't care if you've swored me wrong. The Minecraft people, then, is how it should be pronounced. Animal. I still just think it's funny that they left the studio in existence and didn't rename it to like Microsoft Sweden or something. The gods of Minecraft. Just remember, everybody, Minecraft Earth didn't even last a year. It lasted 6 months. Actually. Really? Why are you sad that Minecraft Earth died? I kind of had it coming. Like, there was no way in hell that was going to be successful. No, Minecraft Earth, which was the Minecraft Pokemon Go game. It was a phone game where you would build things on your phone and then go around and place them in reality, which means build giant penis and go place giant penis next to town hall. The video game. Legit, I never installed it, but I had a friend who did. And he literally, we were walking around town and he was looking at it on his phone and he goes, dick. Giant creeper. Kind of looks like a dick. Giant sheep. Big ol' house. Another dick. And that's basically just how that game went. So, you know. Your phone wasn't compatible? You didn't miss much, dude. You really didn't miss much. The thing that I'm wondering about is that Minecraft or not Minecraft? That Witcher Pokemon Go game ever coming out? Monster Slayer, that's it. Allegedly it exists and it's out and you can play it. Allegedly this exists. I didn't realize it came out. So The Witcher Monster Slayer is a thing that exists, apparently. I don't know what that is, but enjoy watching it. You know, I know nobody really knows the guy, but I'm going to miss this dude. in F1. That's Antonio Giovinazzi just leaving quietly by himself. It's like, I'm gonna miss Antonio. He seemed like a good kid who kind of didn't get his full due. I don't know. Oh yeah, Max won. How'd you not like? I was gonna ask, is your country on fire, Animal? Like, is everything burning down? Like, that's the actual loss this season, is that, like, Antonio's leaving. I really wanted to see Antonio get into a better car. Because, like, he was one of those people who would always qualify kind of poorly, but then quietly, like, make up, like, 5 spots, like, right away in the first, like, 3 laps and then fall back again. Like, that dude could drive. So, I don't know. Something just caved in. Uh-oh, I see blood. Got a lot of blood. The fuck just happened? And the dwarf died. Who's dead? Sideways is dead. I'm not sure what just caved in. Actually, I know what caved in. Damn, that's brutal, actually. Blue water got caught in it. Lower leg is mangled beyond recognition. That's not good. Okay, the rest all seem to have just stood up. It's only the one who got really obliterated. Why would you be sorry? You can say that somebody has a sexy haircut without being sorry. It's the current year. I think we're gonna shame you, dude. Come on. So we just lost Sideways. Sideways got flattened in a careless cave-in. Oh yeah, did I? Yeah, I never assigned a new chief medical dwarf. Axon, you get your dream job. Also, Axon. Yes, you do already have all of that, just all of those jobs. Axon just got a promotion to chief medical. Her right lower leg is mangled beyond recognition. You should be fine then. We got smashed open toe. Right ear is smashed. Oh, we're fine. I swear I'd already cut that stuff out, but I guess I missed something. Just happy that it was only 1 death. Not more. Anil Tongues Dubat says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. There's much to share. What requests do you have of our merchants? Cheese. And Nil Tongues Dumat says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Also, as much as I like watching George Russell drive, I'm already worried I'm going to start to learn to dislike George Russell. Purely because of his tweets after the race today. Like, I don't know. Kinda worried. Their third ever ship in Minecraft. The second is actually more of a big raft with a sail. This one actually looks good. Like, functioning ship? They add functioning ships to Minecraft? You can tell I play Minecraft all the time, right? Not actual functioning boat? Okay. There you go. That makes sense. Well, bring a trader down here and trade. All's pretty good. You seem to have been gifted a sub. Devil's Dandruff. So enjoy the ad-free viewing. Yeah, but I still don't like Mercedes. I still don't like Mercedes. It'll take a couple years of Mercedes not being dominant for me to feel bad about anything that happens to them. You know? And it's the same for Red Bull. Like, when Red Bull bitches, I don't feel bad for them. So, you know how, like, we all kind of, like, poke fun at Lewis for complaining all the time about, you know, everybody else getting leeway and whatnot? It's like, well, you win all the time, so we can't feel bad for you. It's kind of the same thing. It's like when you're in Williams and you complain, that's fine because you're in Williams, we get it. But when you're in like the fastest or the second fastest car on the grid and you complain, you fuck off. It's kind of that simple, you know? But yeah, all is pretty good. We're just, you know, streaming Dwarfs and talking F1 because the finals happened this morning, which were fun. I'm pretty sure the entirety of Animals Country is currently very drunk and probably partying because the person who won. And yeah, that's about it. Kind of hanging out, chilling, enjoying a Sunday. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to be doing tomorrow because tomorrow's RTS Monday and I'm debating whether or not I want to stream in it or not. Or otherwise, I might just take like the next 2 RTS Mondays off and just take part in the one after. Because if it's going to be Jess, Evil Trick, and Kiri, like, and FG, I don't know. I need to figure out what the plan is. I'll talk with him tonight. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. And I don't blame him either. Like, I really like the first 2 seasons of Drive to Survive, but the 3rd season of Drive to Survive really sucks because they intentionally play up drama where there isn't any, which is kind of shitty. And I don't blame them because they have to make a TV show that gets ratings, and they have to they had to do it in a year where there was nothing happening for large portions of it, and nobody was allowed to interact, so you don't get the usual drama, so they had to make drama out of nothing, which sucks. Yes, he definitely races under the Dutch flag. It's just like there's 2 drivers that race under the British flag that aren't British. So, but yeah, people don't need to be like sweet and fluffy, but even if you're in the fastest team, it's hard for me to feel bad for the fastest team when people complain about the fastest team. Or, oh no, I'm in the fastest team and we didn't win this time. Yeah, that's complaining I'll never understand. You know what's cool is when Twitch is like, hey, Blind IRL, the most popular gaming streamers right now. Seems like they're all playing Valorant. Yeah, Twitch, emails, you are very good at recommending things that I definitely want to watch. You know, it's brilliant. But yeah, I will watch Drive to Survive again, but or whenever the new season comes out. But like, if drivers stop taking part, in my opinion, all that will change is the show will get better. Because hopefully they'll be pressured to make the show better and then can win those drivers back. It's also like the reason that what's his name? It's the reason that Lewis Hamilton didn't take part for a year. But I don't know. I feel like I'm talking about F1 too much today because there's like a small portion of the people who watch this stream like F1, and then there's everybody else. It's like me and like 3 people who like F1, and then like everybody else is on top of that. So apologies if it's not your shtick. It's like the one sport that I actively follow. So. Yeah, rewatch the first season of Drive to Survive. Lewis Hamilton is like in a couple background shots, but he didn't agree to be in any of it. He didn't pop up until season 2. And then season 2 was like focused on Lewis. Also, like, if I'm not mistaken, Ferrari had almost no part in the first one. In your last job, you had to be interested. Can I ask what you did in your last job? We'll see you when we see you, Cutis. You don't have to answer that question if you don't want to. I need something else to talk about. So, like, I'm just in ramble mode right now. And my ramble mode is, what's the most exciting thing that's happened to me in the last 72 hours? And that's, I have an ingrown hair in my armpit, which hurts like a motherfucker. And the F1 race was this morning. So unless you want me to talk about my ingrown armpit hair, I need another subject here. We got like 2 subjects on the brain. And that's my armpit hurts and F1 was fun this morning. Fantasy sports? Okay, yep, that makes sense. But then again, you probably have to be into a lot of things that you probably don't care about to work in fantasy sports. That makes a lot of sense. I can see that. I figured it was one of the sponsors or somebody or some company that was involved with it in some way. How about cats walking on ice and not knowing how to deal with the slippery surface? Poor cat. All of them sports. I mean, I don't know. Imush, the merchant, has given birth to a brand new baby boy. A brand new baby boy. Does anybody want to be this brand new baby boy? We got a brand new baby boy dwarf in the fort. Who doesn't have any brothers or sisters in the fort. Mom and dad are just together. They don't have any other extra lovers. Ducky? How many duckies have we had, Ducky? Can you remember? Because I remember expelling the last one. Ducky 4? Ducky 3? Ducky 3, I think. Could be wrong. It's we'll go with the 3rd. Ducky 1, 2, 3. Ducky 3. He is the son of Imush Roof Inched and Kosoth Guild Scales, and is an ardent worshipper of Shistik and a worshipper of Shistik, which is a bug that you worship them both twice because they inherit the gods of their parents' worship, and if they both worship the same god at different amounts, then they become a double worshiper of the same god. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed, and he says, Maga! Den Anvils. Den Anvils. Den Anvils. Den Anvils, though. His hair is straight. His very long sideburns are neatly combed. His medium-length mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is combed. His very long hair is neatly combed. His nose bridge is incredibly concave. His eyebrows are quite sparse, and his cobalt eyes are slightly close set. His ears are somewhat short. His head is somewhat short. His hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe, and his nose is slightly hooked. Really? You've never... Wait, hold on a second. When did you start using the manager? Fine. He personally does not really see the value in skills relating to fighting. Well, naturally, you're a baby. But he dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Wow. How do you survive without a manager? He can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments, and he has an active imagination, and he can sometimes act without deliberation, and he is not inherently proud of his ideas and accomplishments. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. He likes lignite, nickel, white opal, crystal, glass, and naff fabric, and the color pine green, gems and bolts and vests and hatch covers, and sperm whale men for their vengeful nature. Well, I mean, here's the thing. If you want to micromanage, then don't let me ever tell you about New Order, Clay, 1. Don't let me ever tell you about this menu. Definitely don't ever discover this menu. You want to micromanage and automate everything? That menu lets you automate everything. So did you know about it, but just like chose not to use it? Or did you only like just figure out that it existed? Because like, did you never wonder what I was doing in this screen all the time? It's like Dwarf Fortress is big, scary, and unknown and intimidating to people until you realize that, oh, the game just autoplays itself? Weird. I have a hangnail on my pinky and it hurts. You heavily use the job menu? This menu? Yeah, this is also a menu that I think a lot of people don't realize exists. The job menu is a surprisingly, like, underutilized menu for most people. Whereas we're unable to complete a granite door. Huh. What the hell happened with that door? Also, chat, sometime next week, we're going to start a War Sim playthrough, and I'm going to name the country that we are in the North Pole, and I'm going to name our ruler slash God King leader Santa, and we're going to go be Santa in the North Pole in War Sim. So that's something that I've planned for this lovely, lovely holiday season. So, grab your gauntlets and pick up your spears because we're going to war for Santa. So that's something that I'm planning on doing. I wonder if I could convince Hugh to pop onto a stream at some point. I feel like that would be kind of fun. Let's just smooth all that, smooth all that. How is Blue Water doing? Even have any scarring? That's good. How is La Fonda doing? Toes are still sore, but you have stitches? Yes, you do. So chat, I've been looking at synthesizers a lot recently. Because one of my long-term goals, some of you might notice, I have like this ambient sound going on in the background. Which is kind of just what I use for Dwarf Fortress. One of my long-term, but I do mean long-term goals for streaming is to be able to build enough of a modular synthesizer setup that I can just create an ambient soundscape and just play that for the entirety of a stream. Which actually isn't that out of the realm of doability. Problem is they're also expensive. Like, granted, this is like $100,000 in synthesizers, but just have a look at this. This is kind of my end goal. Buttons you press for different scenarios. To a degree, but I could have different patterns for different scenarios. Like, this is kind of endgame. But like I said, that's like $100,000 in synthesizers. So very out of the realm of possibility for a very, 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 very long time. But that's kind of end game goal. I'm always just staring at these synthesizers, and it's always just the if I were a rich man feel. But I'm not. So it's like, instead of like being able to just build a modular setup like that, it's like, well, get to buy like 2 pieces a year tops. At the rate I'm going, in like 12 years, I'll be able to do that. Well, I'll have a half decent setup, about a 10th as cool as that, but. Is this area empty yet? Man, we still gotta get all those boulders out of there. I'm just slowly buying synthesizers that have modular possibilities that have generative functions in them. So, theoretically. Yeah, but it's good to have goals, you know? Some people's goal is to have a private jet. I just want to make my office look like a spaceship. Can it run Doom? That synthesizer? Probably, actually. Well, looking at it, this probably could, and this probably could. This probably could. This probably could. But I don't know if the screens would actually be capable of showing Doom. But, like, these definitely have enough memory to store Doom. I don't know how you'd play it. I don't know about that guy over there. That's just a sequencer, so but like Those probably could run Doom. That probably could run Doom. But every single one of those modules is like anywhere from $250 to $1,000 plus. Some of them more. Like the big red thing with all the red dots on it is like a $3,000 module. And have a dolphin interpret it for you. That dude's synthesis is so fucking cool though. Like I can't even. State Azure is just kind of incredible. He's like one of the best on YouTube for that sort of thing. One, because he's so good at it, and two, because his setup is monstrously huge. But literally, that guy just makes soundscapes for a living, so his YouTube is a side hustle. He does like soundtrack work and audio design, and then just makes 4-hour generative synthesis performances and just puts them up on YouTube. And I find that stuff way too fucking cool. But, you know, once I get another module or two, I'll get to a point where I could actually, like, not do generative synthesis, but be able to fiddle with it on stream. So maybe we'll do the occasional music stream. Once I'm able to get a couple more modules. Don't know how many people would actually be interested in watching me mess around with synthesizers, but might be fun. It's something I'd like to do. Also, this is a side benefit of that. If I mess around with them on stream, then I'm using them for work, then I can write them off as gear. Which becomes a very valuable tax write-off very quickly when you realize that it's like, oh yeah, they're like good couple $100 per module. So if you save up and buy one every so often, that's not a bad, like, tax deduction. But some streamers are constantly just buying the latest graphics cards. I slowly put money into synthesizers. Although one thing that I will say about synthesizers that is way better than investing in expensive computer gear is synthesizers often go up in value after you own them for a bit. Especially if they're, like, something that isn't produced heavily or common. Like, guitar pedals go up in value, synthesizers go up in value. Assuming you take decent care of them. Like, they're not quite like, that's not the button I wanted. They're not quite like, PC hardware where the second you buy a graphics card, it loses half of its value. The more you use it, the more they degrade. Although synthesizer YouTube is just fun. Because very quickly when you fall into synthesizer YouTube, you find channels like this. Very quickly you end up with stuff like this. Uh-oh, I think I screwed up that link. Hold up. Try this one. DIY synthesis is a fun rabbit hole to fall into. Well, I successfully got off the subject of F1. Now I'm in an equally bad subject. It's cursed. I love it. It's so good, though. He also built a functioning module that does nothing but make a talking bass. You know those talking basses that some people have on their wall that, like, sing and, like, flap? He made a synthesizer module that does nothing but make the bass flap in time with the music. So, like, he'll have, like, he hooks it up to his beat step, and then it just flaps along with the beat, which is just funny as hell. Look, Mum, no computer is a fucking treasure. Love that dude. Although, on the bright side, it's looking like we're going to be finishing up a good chunk of this today. Barring any other minor oopsies, we're pretty much done with this, which is nice to see. All right, there we go. Let's just zoom out and watch them cut all this out. Once they're done doing the left side, we can do the whole thing. But you know, everyone needs a hobby. My hobby just I happen to have two hobbies, and that's going to metal shows and repairing old audio gear. And I guess two hobbies: repairing old audio gear and synthesizers. What's the longest I've gotten a computer to last? Technically, my first ever laptop still runs, but I haven't owned it for a couple years. I bought my first laptop in 2007 and gave it to my dad in 2000. No, I bought my first laptop in 2005. Yeah. And I gave it to my dad in 2007 when I bought my second laptop. And my dad still has my first and second laptop. So I don't know if that counts for anything. It's basically just my dad's word processor now. That computer still works, and I built that computer largely in 2011, but put a new graphics card in it in put the graphics card that's in this computer right now into that computer down there, which isn't plugged into anything. That one still works just fine. Hard drive's a little full, but I was thinking about making it into a streaming PC for a bit. That's i7 4770K, and it has a 780 Ti in it. I also have the 560 Ti, which was the second graphics card that I bought. I have, which still works, which is in a box over there. Yeah, it did pretty recently. I got a prettier picture pretty recently, yeah. It's like Kit Fox has been slowly updating it. Because Twitch just uses whatever's on IndieDB, right? I'm just happy that the DF category got changed from Slaves to Armok 2, Dwarf Fortress, God of Blood, blah, 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 which nobody knows what the fuck that is. I'm just real happy that they changed the name of it to just Dwarf Fortress instead of Slave to Armok 2, Chapter 2, God of Blood. Because nobody ever knew what that was, and nobody knew to look for it, and it was very hard to get views in this category. Views in the category went up considerably when they renamed it to just Dwarf Fortress. Picture point. Hi. What up? How is you? How's things, man? How's it hanging? What's up, gangsta? I'm hungry. I need to go get lunch soon. Not much is up. Just playing video games on the internet, like, you know, some people do sometimes. Just got some coffee. I drank my first cup of coffee at 3:30 in the morning, my second cup of coffee at 5:30 in the morning, and my third cup of coffee at 7 in the morning. And that's my 3 cups of coffee for the day, so I'm not allowed more coffee. Sad. To do a rapid prototype of a fish tank game, are you putting it up anywhere for people to play it, or are you just prototyping it to look at it yourself in Oogle? Just to sharpen your skills? Gotcha. Where did I leaf blind? Blind doesn't leaf anybody. But blind turns into hungry when blind gets hangry. When blind gets hangry, you won't like him when he's hangry. Also, Halo Infinite's super fun. Yeah, I told you. I've just been telling everybody who I think would even remotely enjoy Halo. It's like, play Halo. Just install it. I've got a couple of friends who I've been trying to convince to install Halo, and they're like, but I already have games that I paid for. And I'm like I got this one friend who's playing Battlefield nonstop. And he's like, but I paid for Battlefield. I'm like, but like, what if you never had to play Battlefield ever again? He's like, it's not that bad. And I'm like, look at the reviews for Battlefield. Look at the reviews for Halo. And you make your decisions. Like, you shouldn't trust game critics. It's like, shouldn't trust game critics. Eh? Well, I mean, like, I'm no scientist, but I mean, he's vaccinated, so I mean, to be fair, Halo is only mostly positive reviews. Only, but over 100,000, that's pretty good. It's a pretty good test pool, I would say. Actually, I'm kind of curious. I'm going to go look something up real quick. Now, this is only on Steam. Okay. 112,000 people were playing Halo Infinite 24 in the last 24 hours. So that the peak in the last 24 hours was 112,000 people on Steam. Meanwhile, Battlefield. How many people are playing Battlefield right now? Currently, there is 19,890 people playing Battlefield 2042. You know what's funny? It's Battlefield 2042 has that 128 player limit thing. They're doing a special event right now, their first special event, which is going to be, it's the same game, but half the team size. And my conspiracy theory is queue times are getting kind of long. Poor bastards? Nah. Put out a bad game. Get bad reviews. Surprise Pikachu. I feel bad for the people working on the game, but don't feel bad for EA. Meanwhile, Ubisoft put out bad game get bad reviews, nobody likes the game, put NFTs in it. No one will care. And the people who like NFTs will spend lots of money on it, so it's fine. The players? Oh yeah, true. Also, in regards to that friend Banana, I think he's like starting to draw a line about not wanting to get a booster shot, but he's just gonna realize, like if they don't let him go to metal shows, he'll get a booster shot immediately. So if they require vaccine IDs, he'll cave after like 2 weeks. So he originally was like, I'm not gonna get vaccinated. And I'm like, good luck with that. And then vaccine IDs came out. He's like, I guess I'm getting vaccinated. And then now he's like, I'm not getting a booster shot. I'm like, just wait until they require it. He's like, they're not going to do that. I'm like, on a bet. So, you know, we all have that friend, I think. Everybody knows that one guy. That one person. It's kind of like the male version of a Karen. So picture point, are you back on the side of the states you live on now? Or are you still back in the, you know what, plethora? I'm sorry. What, who like refuse to get vaccinated until it affects them and then they immediately go and get vaccinated? Those people? Although I've kind of gotten to the point now where I quote anti-vaxxers because some of their quotes are so ridiculous. Like there's this sign that a lady was holding at a protest in Vancouver, which literally just said on it, and this is at an anti-vaxxing, anti-mask protest. And the sign legit just stated, I would rather bury my children than let them live in fear of COVID. Which I'm to this day still trying to figure out what that means. Yeah, it's not nice. It's like, wait, hold on a second. Are you saying that you'd rather murder your whole family than let them live in fear of COVID? But isn't like not letting them get vaccinated literally letting them live in fear of COVID? Or are they stating that like advertising vaccines, and because you're a pansy and who's afraid of needles and doesn't want to get the vaccine, you want them to stop telling people to get the vaccine so that your kids that you're refusing to vaccinate don't live in fear of COVID? Because I think that's what she's saying, but it's like so painful to even think about because of how stupid it is. It's actually kind of funny to me. At least I think it's kind of funny because of how ridiculous the statement is. So, you know, it's a weird world that we live in. Get vaccinated, kids. Go get your shots. They're not going to hurt you. Buys a monowheel? What's a monowheel? Is a monowheel like those little like single like wheel unicycles that you stand on either side of and ride around and look like a twat? Is that what those are? I'm literally Googling monowheel right now. Hold on a second. Like that? That does not look even remotely comfortable. This is what I get when I Google monowheel. I mean... Huh. All right. All right, well, that's what you get when you Google monowheel. But if you mean like those little like single person like unicycle Segway things, then yeah, I know what you're talking about. Those things look too cool to be cool, just like those stupid fucking gas hog tricycles. Where are they? I can't find them. Now that What's a DIY one? What's the name of the company that makes those? I can't even remember. But anyway, whatever. Anyway, how you doing today, Anton? Hedgehog? Hodgehog? I don't know what you're talking about. Called Cyclops or something? There's like one company out of New York that makes them and sells them. And their advertising is literally anti-electric vehicle. They're like, you want to use as much gas as possible for as little efficiency? Buy one of these. It's literally their marketing, and they're doing quite well, which is kind of strange. It's like, let's put like a V12 engine on a fucking tricycle and just like, yeah, you can drive it around if you want. That's not the thing that I was thinking of, but that also looks really silly. Animal. That indeed also looks really silly. Also, apparently my uncle like my uncle who's married into the family, so my uncle on my dad's side, is getting one of those electric Ford pickups. I get to see that in a year or two probably, so that'll be kind of neat to see. Considering my aunt just got a Tesla and he's getting a giant electric pickup. Apparently he wasn't sold at all on getting an electric car, then my aunt got a Tesla, and now he's like, well, I want an electric car now because I want something silent. Also, they discovered the joy of not having to pay for gas. It's amazing how quickly you can convince people when it's just like, yeah, you get to pay $2 a month in gas. Also, question for Hobo. What is better wording? Because I'm kind of like workshopping this in the background right now. What is better wording? I bought an NFT and all I got was this stupid t-shirt, or I didn't buy an NFT and all I got was this stupid t-shirt. Or this fucking t-shirt or whatever. What would be better wording? Because I think I didn't buy an NFT and all I got was this fucking t-shirt might actually be better. This shirt may as well be an NFT. This shirt has more value than an NFT. And now we're just attacking people. There's got to be at least one person watching this stream who owns NFTs. I'll give you non-fungible. Well. No, we were talking about it earlier. I'm pretty, like, set in stone about, I need to stop, like, just randomly pulling shit off of Reddit, but this is just amusing to me. So this is off of the /r Vancouver subreddit, and it's a Craigslist ad. 3 bar stools, $300, Vancouver. 3 white brushed silver adjustable height bar stools, like new, $300 for all 3. Important, please read. I'd rather throw them out than negotiate on price. If you email me to negotiate, I will sell them for your to negotiate. I will sell them for your negotiated price to someone else. If you agree to pick them up and show up with less than $300, I will burn them in front of you. Yeah, welcome to Craigslist. I want to just, like, agree to give them $300 and show up with, like, $200 to see if they actually burn them in front of me. I just want to challenge that. I'll pay the $300, show up with $10. I got it about $10.50. No, they'll burn it in front of you. And if you email them to negotiate, they will sell it for the negotiated price of someone else. Here's the actual Galaxy Braid play, right? You offer $100 and then ask if they're still for sale with another one and see if they offer it to you for $100. Make it, yeah, exactly. Just start making multiple accounts. Just, like, start emailing them with multiple hits and see how long it takes for them to get whittled down a little bit. Although it's on Reddit now, so good luck. That's some terrorist tactics. So my my uncle on my other side, not the one who's buying the electric truck, but on my mom's side, I was talking to him about buying audio gear on Craigslist, and he's like, you want to know how I sold some brand new tires on Craigslist? He put up a listing for his tires on Craigslist for $1,100. And by the way, they were $800 tires, right? Brand new tires. Because he just replaced the tires on his car, and he had these other ones which he didn't like because they just bought a new car, didn't like the wheels or the tires on them, took them off. They were $800 wheels, bought some new wheels, put them on, and then made a listing for his wheels at $1,100. They're $800 wheels, right? Made a different listing, put them in a different place in his garage, took a picture at a different time of day for the same wheels for $800 and sold them almost immediately for $800 and then took down the first listing. That's how you make money on Craigslist. Put up 2 listings for the same thing with one costing twice as much. Or not twice as much, but a decent chunk above. That's how you sell shit on Craigslist. Reminds you of RuneScape hustling. Dude, I got so... honestly, the day I quit RuneScape was when they added the Grand Exchange. Well, that's when I quit RuneScape in my heart. Because I remember loving playing RuneScape so much. And then they added in the Grand Exchange and the Great B Sale went away. The fact that, like, spamming B Sale that doesn't benefit you at all makes me so sad I can't even describe. Actually, I need to be careful about something. So let's just keep that center section not lined out for right now, and we'll come back and do that, because I need to do this specifically separately. Otherwise, stuff could cave in, which I don't want to have happen. How many livestock are we down to? 59? Excellent. B sale. Bank sale. You actually negotiated various business contracts? I had, like, this group of about 12 people that I knew one of them in real life, and the rest of us we didn't know, and we would mine runite and make runes. We had, like, this... I was a courier. I would literally, like, run to this one guy at this mine, grab a bunch of ore, run to this other mine, drop it off at the crafting site, give it to the guy. I would pay him in gold. Then he would give me the runes, and I would then run the runes up to our seller, who was my friend, who I would give the runes to. He would give me my payment to go buy more ore and go buy more and give it to the second guy. And we had, like, this, like, rotation, and there was, like, a dozen of us in this full thing, and about 4 of us were runners, and the rest of them were either mining or crafting. Like, we had it like a mini business going, and we worked in shifts. Like, it was ridiculous. Great fucking times, homing drunk. Great fucking times. I mean, you could also do the exact same thing with like swords or any other kind of crafting, but we were doing it with runes because the amount that you could sell air runes for was kind of ludicrous because everybody needed it for teleportation. I think it was air runes. But yeah, like we would make bank. Like I would make like 15K a run. It was great. It was this pair of sisters who were runecraft skilling, and you would sell it to one, and while the other was asleep, and then sell to the other while the first was at work. That's kind of incredible. Wait, were they on the same account? Another like business that I had going for a bit with a few friends was we had we would just go bone farming. I'd run down to an area where my friend was training various combat skills, give me like an inventory full of big bones, and I'd run them back to the local bank, sell them, and then bring him half the money and just do that on repeat. And by the time I got back, he had a full new inventory of big bones to give to me so that I could run back to town. And I'd do it in like 2-minute laps, just back and forth. And then we'd split the money at the end. Make a few K per run. More than that with big bones. I can't even remember the exact numbers, but it was good times. It was good times. RuneScape was a weird game. And then I just like stopped playing it. I never want to go back. It was good times in like 2008. Can I just say that orphan bones is a distressing sentence to say? Just that term, orphan bones. It's mildly concerning. Did not know to trade. Father's Friends started to buy caps, and then he pressed for at the plant. He pressed for 1 cent, and then drove his car up to the brewers to sell caps for 2 cents. Later in life, your father met him, and he progressed to diamonds. Wow, damn. One of your favorite community moments were whenever people were skilling, someone would ask for people's levels, and people would reply, and regardless of what level they were, you would always get nice. One of my favorite parts about skilling fishing in RuneScape was you'd go out to like that little banana island that you'd have to spend some gold to get to, which I can never remember the name of it. I just remember that it had like decent low-level non-members fishing spot there, but there was nowhere to cut it, no trees that you could cut down on that island, so you'd have to bring your own wood to make campfires. So everybody, and like if you cook your fish, they'd stack. If you just had your fish, raw fish in their inventory, it would fill up your inventory. So everybody would fish until they ran out of inventory space, and then one person would be like, all right, who's got wood? And then someone would go make a campfire, then everybody just piles onto the campfire, and everybody cooks all of their fish, and then everybody goes back to fishing. And it was just like, and sometimes there'd be like a stalemate where it's like, all right, who's got wood? And then no one would say anything. You'd be like, fuck, all right, who's leaving to go get wood? Because eventually it would just be like this problem where, and then someone would be like, all right, pay me to light a campfire. It's like, no, go get wood. It's good times. So you could chop a tree on the island? You couldn't always chop a tree on the island, though. That's the thing. Those trees were not chopped downable for a very long time. Chopping banana trees wasn't possible, and there was no other trees on the island aside from bananas for a while there. It's like the prisoner's dilemma. It's like it's the most efficiency thing you carry, no wood, but then everyone loses out if anyone has any. Yeah. Who has the tinder box? I got wood. Drop your wood. It's good times. I'm pretty sure I learned how to type more or less because of RuneScape too. Learned basic economics too. Chopping banana tree tech, learned later. I learned everything can be a word, even blocks. I learned how to make my words. I learned how to type. I learned how to type red words. I learned how to type turquoise words. I learned how to type rainbow squiggly words. Good times. I learned all the English, right? That's how that works. Wave law, indeed. I mean, I realize that community is still going, but as far as I'm concerned, it's pretty much dead. It's not the community. It is now, animal. All right, I gotta go use the restroom. I'll be back in a sec. I'm also going to pull my insulin out of the fridge so it starts warming up so that I can give myself lunch soon. BRB. Oh, I'm sure that the community has changed. A lot of the things that I am fond of and nostalgic for in RuneScape, you can't even do anymore. Like I said, RuneScape died for me when they removed the need for the B sale. The second I didn't have to walk halfway across the map to be able to get a specific rare material to craft a thing, the game ended for me. Because it's like, oh, you can access that from anywhere? Oh. Or you can get anything at this one location? Oh. Well, there goes like 80% of the fun I had in that. I don't know. Which is why I say, like, if I ever actually got into EVE Online, that I probably would have really enjoyed that MMO, because I enjoy the economics of MMOs and nothing else in them. But I never got into EVE Online because I wasn't allowed to play MMOs that required a credit card because my parents didn't want me to put credit cards into the computer because that was bad. Which, you know, in my parents' defense, MMOs are a big fucking waste of money, so... And now I don't play MMOs because I don't like it when games feel like a job. So I play other games that have interesting economic simulations and reason to keep playing them, and keeps me interested. Speaking of economic simulators, has anybody here heard of a game called... I'm scrolling down because I'm trying to remind myself the name of it. It's on Game Pass. Pass. What's the name of this game? It's got a long title. I remember part of it, but... Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator. Anybody heard of that? Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator? Anybody? Because that looks like something I would enjoy. Also, that 40k game Battle Sector, Warhammer 40,000 Battle Sector, popped up on Game Pass. That might be something I'll check out. Have kid to put credit cards into MMO. It does sound evil, yeah. Kind of fast, really fast speculation game. It's really fast, I don't know. The greatest event you were involved in RuneScape is a friend took advantage of their anti-RMT feature and would announce the drop party room value across all worlds, and if it got high enough, so he would find a ruby machete, you think, massively overpriced on the Grand Exchange, get a load. Got a load and hit the threshold, and then got the server to fill with people trying to check out the drop party worth 10 million machetes, which are basically useless items. That's incredible. I don't really have much to read. I apologize, but I can reread stuff from earlier. Had super chocolate racing downtown. Hot dogs and chili make for good picnics. Pudding 2. Oh shit. Where are the beans? Car oil was beans. Baked beans break transforms into... There we go. All cut up. Oh, that's fine. Don't ever apologize for walls of text. Walls of text are appreciated. Walls of text are only a problem when there's like 30 people all typing in walls of text at the same time. Chat, you want to know what is kind of annoying? This is something that's bothered me about Twitch. Is ages ago, I got raided by a guy named Kip Boga, who you may have heard of because he's kind of internet famous. He dropped 14,000 people on me. 14,000 concurrent viewers he dropped on me while I was playing Elite Dangerous one night at like 11:30 at night. And during that stream, I received an achievement. a Twitch achievement, because Twitch has achievements, because everything has achievements, which was to get 150 people talking at the same time. You live under a rock, you have no idea who he is. He's a scam baiter. He baits scammers into and wastes their time and tries to waste their time for as long as possible. So he makes fake PCs within virtual machines that run like Windows 98 and go, why don't the high-speed internet work? And pretends to be a grandma and that stuff. That guy. Friend of mine was one of his mods for a while until he got a job at Twitch, and now he no longer mods for him. But like, anyway, so I got raided by him once, and during that raid, I got a Twitch achievement, which was quite the crowd, which is get 150 people talking at the same time. So I have 150 people say something in Twitch chat within 60 seconds, basically. But I got up to 198. I needed 2 more people to speak within 60 seconds to get the 200 people talking achievement, and I'm never going to get it, and it drives me nuts. Bellinaire, thanks for the 21 views. How was the geoguessing? Did you get stuck in queue or something? I saw you say that you were like getting into queue earlier today, I swear, in like Evil Tricks chat or something, and then like you streamed GeoGuessr. Are you still in queue? Cause holy shit, that's really bad if you're still in queue. That's incredible. But queue crashed at less than 100. Oh, I'm sorry. Jesus. I mean, I think you just kind of open it and let it sit. It doesn't really help if you have a bot doing it. Cool, that's fun. The pain of playing MMOs, I suppose. We were just talking about RuneScape nostalgia, so it's fitting. If you guys don't know Bellinaire, Bellinaire is part of my stream team and plays Dwarf Fortress once a year, maybe. You should go follow Bellinaire, because maybe he'll play Dwarf Fortress again sometime next year. Oh, you just wanted to play more GeoGuessr? Okay, well, that's good. That's good. I thought you were still in queue from this morning. I was like, Jesus Christ, man. That's excessive. I watched him play last year, so I know for a fact he played Dwarf Fortress in 2021. That or it was 2020 and time just flies. Bellinaire, did you stream Dwarf Fortress in 2020 or 2021? I know you streamed them once in the last 2 years. I don't know what famfrit is, so I will smile and nod. It's a server name? Oh. I miss the good old days of server 1, server 2, server 3, server 4, server 5, server... I miss those days. It was simpler times. But how was the geo-guessing? Did you guess many geos? I've just been complaining about waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning to watch F1, expensive synthesizers, and sort of playing Dwarf Fortress in the background, allegedly, all day. Been pretty good. Been pretty good. But thank you very much for the raid. Yeah, I know like nothing about Final Fantasy Online. It's kind of funny because every now and again people are like, you should get Blind to play Final Fantasy with you whenever I'm in Bellinaire's stream. I've gotten that like once or twice, and it's like, but I don't really like MMOs. And people are like, but this isn't an MMO, it's an RPG MMO. I'm like, I don't really like RPGs. And then they're like, but you like the most role-playing game. It's like, no. I like role-playing games. I don't like RPGs. I don't like the fucking angsty JRPG bullshit. I can't handle it. It just makes me angry. Like, I can't do Final Fantasy. I can't do Dragon Quest. I can't do any of that shit. Like, if you can, then, like, there's more power to you. It's not for me. Not my cup of tea. I don't believe I've ever seen a single trailer for that game. The Final Fantasy visuals just make you bounce hard? What, just like the overly anime nature of it? Oh, the music's amazing. I can agree with that. Final Fantasy music is incredible. It's probably one of the best trailers ever. Better than that Diablo trailer that Blizzard put out last year, which is the only good thing Blizzard's put out in the last decade. Because that was pretty fucking metal. Fuck Bobby Kotick, but that was pretty fucking metal. Same level? All right. I mean, that's like the only like AAA trailer that I've actually genuinely gone, whoa, over and maybe ever. And I don't even play Diablo. Just because I was like, this is metal as fuck. Because it really was. Genuinely metal as fuck. How is audio visually insane? As somebody who is legally blind, how can audio be visually insane? Oh, okay. Fair enough. I'll give you a pass on that. Too many sparkles and magic sound effects all at once? I'm legally blind, yes. My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left doesn't really work. I see out of essentially a toilet paper tube sized tunnel in my left eye, and I have floating blind spots that never really go away. So yes, I am actually blind. My name is not a joke. The day that people stop defaulting to think that my name is like either self-deprecating humor, which it kind of is, or a lie, will be a good day indeed. Doesn't change the fact that the game's a visual clusterfuck, though. You're a blind Earl, banana. Banana. It's pronounced banana nana nana. Imited. That's me trying to mark your name and it just doesn't work. But yes, I am actually blind. My normal retort for that is, wait, are you actually, and then whatever their username is? Banana Limited is low-hanging fruit? But then I'd, like, just be knowingly leaving something out of your name. The only pronunciation of my name that genuinely, like, made me, like, close the stream and leave was when someone called me Blind Girl. I'm not sure how they inserted a G into it, but I legit was like, you know what? I didn't like this stream anyway. I just turned it off and, like, just went and watched somebody else. I was like, I don't even want to explain this. That's just too much effort. It's not my fault that you can't fucking read. I've been called Blind Earl. I've been called Blind Durl. I've been called Blind Drill, which is confusing. I don't fucking know, but come on. If you have dyslexia, get a dyslexic-friendly font for Twitch. It's not hard to do. I'm legally blind, and I have a 200% size font for Twitch, so I can read names. If you have dyslexia, get a dyslexic-friendly font for Twitch. You can literally set your font so many different ways. You can do it officially or through multiple plugins. Set your fonts. Read names correctly, please. At least you weren't called Gladriel. No, that's never happened before. That would be a first. I don't know. Try and find out. It's been a while since someone's TTS'd with my name in it. So I couldn't tell you. It'll only cost you $1. Have to wait till January? All right, we'll wait till January, and it'll only cost you $1. Who needs presets on something that only has like 20 controls? What's the point? 100 bits is $1. So I guess technically like $1.60. But 100 bits will have TTS on it if you type in things behind it. As if you were like you and watch on phone. But then you're not the streamer reading my name out loud, right? So that's fine. And like I get that. And like I have that same problem on phones. Like I actually kind of have a hard time managing Twitch on phones sometimes. But I'm not talking about people watching Twitch. The person who screwed up my name bad enough that I left was streaming on a computer with a fancy mic setup, with a nice lighting setup, with a nice chair, with practically a set built behind this person. Like, if you have dyslexia and you can't read Twitch chat and you're on a computer streaming, install a device that lets you read the chat. Do that. Do that. Well, that's blind eye calcium, not blind IRL, right? It used to say blind eye calcium all the time, but that was also like 2 words. IRL isn't really a word.
Blind Earl, Blind Earl, Blind Earl.
That answers that question.
Good luck.
Blind Earl. Earl. This is how she reads it. Thanks for the $1. Here's banana. Ha, sucker! I get to run away with $1. I'm blind Daryl. I mean, that's could be worse. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Banana being the first person to throw bits at me since Anonymous 6 hours ago? I'm Daryl now? That's new. I mean, I'd rather be called Daryl than Blind Girl, to be fair. Nice, Banana. It was 71 a minute ago, which is sad. That means 2 people left. Ow. Cracked my wrist. Chicken butt. That's all I got. Freeways. Sorry. You said, you know what? And it's natural. It's just like a natural response. Shut up and take my money points? Okay. Well, I guess I have to shut up then. Jack, can I get a round of beers for free? It used to be rich. That's your third? Is it? Well, congrats. I don't know. I'm not keeping score. I think Stone claims to have recently hit 1 million points. So. But that's a lot of watch time, so thank you. And it's as early as year 2. It makes the game a lot more doable, doesn't it? Makes that game so much more doable. Well, thank you, Freeways, for watching the stream. Like, at the end of the day, thank you for watching the stream. Happy to help. Literally start as the first one that pops up on the list. It's not really a recommendation. It's more like, this is literally the recommended starting unit. Play as the recommended starting unit. You'll have a much easier time of things. All right, let's do this. So that. And then we just got to remove all of those ramps on the bottom and smooth everything. And then we are done digging this out. And then we just have this other problem where it's all covered in boulders. I need to decide what to... I need to do some soul searching and figure out what to do with all of these boulders. But we are finally almost done digging out this project, which is kind of wild when you think about it. No? Damn it, I was worried about that happening. Hope nobody just died. Blood. Dang it. 1, 2, 3 dwarves all downed. Only one layer, so hopefully not bad. Your right foot is mangled? Your ankle is mangled? Okay, you should be okay. Yeah, you're walking. You're fine. Cool. May take another 1,000 years. Well, we have a few options. It's like I can begin the Great Boulder Dumping Project. I can begin the Great Boulder Crafting Project. I could put a bunch of... I don't know. Like, I've got lots of options of what I can do. Got plenty of options of what I could do. I think I might begin the Great Boulder Crafting Project, actually. Also, we're year 350, so that's pretty cool. 350 years into the fort. All right, well, that's almost it. The channeling. It's actually, instead of using the available wheelbarrow, how many wheelbarrows do you have assigned to your stockpile? And also, they won't wheel them to crafting depots. They'll only wheel them to stockpiles. All right. Well, now we begin this. The Great Ramp Removal. wait for all the ramps to disappear. Them all vanishing slowly. Then once all the ramps are gone, then we smooth the whole thing. Then we figure out what to do. Do you assign wheelbarrows to your stockpiles? Because unless you have wheelbarrows built and assign them to your stockpiles, they won't use them. They literally shouldn't. You must just not have enough wheelbarrows because, like, they literally can't haul them manually if you have wheelbarrows assigned to it. Like, if you have wheelbarrows assigned to it, they literally cannot move them there. So, I'm not sure. Well, that's possible, to be honest with you. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but, like, something's weird if that's the case. Not a bad little digging project. Not a bad little project indeed. Got a few more of those ramps to remove. 1, 2. One more. Which doesn't currently have a removal job on it. Now it's gone. There we go. That is all of this. Then I can begin smoothing it. Now we just get to figure out what to do with all of those rocks. There's a few of them in there. I can't count too well, but I can count at least 3, so I think we'll have this done in a jiff. Chat, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. But yeah, seems like we'll be done in a jiff. I'm going to let you guys stare at this while they begin smoothing. And I'm going to go and grab me some lunch. If you guys want to do a round of beers while I'm gone, that'd be cool. And if you want to use some sound commands, if you happen to have access to them, that would also be cool. Keep the chat entertained. I will be back in a couple of minutes and figure out what we're doing for the rest of the stream. Probably a bit more of this and then some other stuff. So BRB, don't go anywhere too quick unless you really want to, and then we will continue. Good on you, animal. Rip everybody else. I return. Hi, guys. I'm getting faster at those. Or rather, I'm faster right now because I pre-made lunch. Just punching in some things on my phone real quick. All right, done. T-1 ticket. Well, I think you won more than one ticket, so T-437. It was about 5 minutes. Usually my goal. My breaks. I want them to be about 5 minutes. What's up, Reg, by the way? Thanks for the follow a couple minutes ago. At the speed at which they're going here and how many of them are doing it makes me feel like I need some more stone detailers. Give a few people stone detailing. Let them have more of a job. Really interesting to see how streamers do breaks. Some take one every hour, around 5 to 10 minutes. Some take a break for 20 minutes every 2 hours. Some do way less breaks. I have a standing desk. So I'm actually standing about half the time. I'm not standing at this exact moment, but I stood for about 2 hours of today's stream. I used to take more breaks, and then I got a standing desk. Now I take almost none, because it's like, unless I'm eating, like, it's just kind of irrelevant. Like, I don't really need to, like, in order to stand up and stretch, I need to hold down, I need to mute my microphone and hold down this button for a minute. And, like, when I'm streaming with my camera off, like, I'll mute myself for 30 seconds, stand up, and keep streaming. Not say anything. So, standing desks are a very good investment. I'll put it that way. They are a very, very, very good investment. How do I stay standing so long? How do you stay sitting so long? I used to work a job where I had to stand 8 hours a day. You never had a job? You added a workshop reaction that lets you turn ice into water. Yes. I mean, that will just like cause a block of ice to appear. That's kind of amazing. Let's actually just do that one layer at a time. It's easier to just do it that way. There we go. So bad afterwards? I mean, sure, but I'm not standing 8 hours a day on hard floor, right? I am on carpet, and when I used to use this desk on a hard surface, I would stand in my slippers, and or Crocs, depending on how my feet were feeling. You know, it's really funny when chat's just like, please tell me you're not being super unhealthy. And I'm like, well, I'm literally doing the thing that's better for me, my body, my ability to stand and everything and my muscles. And yes, I know what I'm doing. Have like 10 seconds of faith in me that I'm not like some uneducated child who's just going to hurt himself. But like, I appreciate the concern, but I know how to, you know, not make my body fall apart. Like, I'm an adult. I know what I'm doing. I've worked jobs that have literally destroyed my body, and I'm doing my best to mitigate that. Pretty fucking sure, animal. Pretty fucking sure. I figured they would cancel at least one of those. Maybe an infant. But an adult? I don't know about that. But no, I worked a factory job where I had to stand 8 hours a day. And sometimes 10 hours, depending on the shift. Did that job for almost a year. I worked in a gas station where I had to stand 8 hours a day. Although if you work night shift, they'd let you sit. And I worked in McDonald's where I was cleaning. So I was standing 8 hours a day. Before I was cleaning, I worked cashier where you stood at the till 8 hours a day. No, I have indoor shoes for when I stood on the hard floor. And this room has carpet. So, and I still sometimes wear the slippers, or rather the hard sole. They're hard sole slippers. I call them slippers, but they're technically like Croc knockoffs, but they're made out of a different material. I just use them as slippers. They're actually like indoor-outdoor shoes that I use for gardening in the summer, so. They're just like these weird rubber shoes that have solid soles. Also, as somebody with flat feet, yeah, standing for hours is painful. But I don't stand for hours. I sit for hours and stand for a small portion of it. I usually end up standing for about 3 to 4 hours a day, though. And I usually stream 8 to 10. I'm usually at my computer about 11 hours a day, though, so frankly, I better fucking stand for some of those. Otherwise, I'm just going to die young. Although I'll probably die young anyway, so I wouldn't want to die more younger. And also, if you're wondering why I dug this whole thing out and now I'm building around it, it's because I wanted the walls on the outside to be the same color. Gotta be a little bit vain. Just remember, standing with locked knees is bad for you. Standing on hard floors without shoes on is bad for you. Standing on hard floors with locked knees in shoes is bad for you. Standing at attention for hours on end, like I did when I was in cadets, is bad for you. But sitting is worse for you. Just remember that. We're not actually supposed to sit. We're supposed to squat. Our bodies are not designed for sitting. The reason you get bad posture, it's the reason your body falls apart. Or part of the reason your body falls apart. It's the reason you get back pain, it's the reason you get neck pain. We're supposed to squat. So you shouldn't be sitting for hours a day. You also shouldn't be standing on hard floor with bare feet. You also shouldn't be standing with locked knees. You also shouldn't be standing in shoes with locked knees. And you shouldn't be standing. Everything in moderation. Move around, stretch, exercise, take care of yourself. But seriously, a standing desk was literally the best investment I have ever made as a business owner. And that's not even an ad. I wish they paid me to say that, because I would say that every day. That is an ad that I would take in a split second if they offered me money, but they're too big and cool a company to care about small fish like me. Probably, actually. That or like a squatting stool for your sitting desk. Anyway, I mean, this is as low as my desk goes, so if I were to, like, squat here, I'd have a little bit of a problem. Although, this is real nice on the knees. Not even gonna lie. Whew. Squat stream. Problem is like, hey guys, I'm short. How are you? Although this is actually quite comfy. I could play like turn-based games like this. Only problem is I have to kind of crane my neck to see the monitor. I need like one of those Japanese tables and like set my desk up on that. Like those like that tall from the ground Japanese tables, and just squat in front of that and do a squat stream. I've actually like been looking into getting one of those tiny, like that tall Japanese tables, folding one, because they fold into a really small compact thing. And it would be real nice for my synthesizers when I have them set up. Because I kind of set them up and then I put them away right now, and I have this folding table which is back here, but it's like a full-size table and it's kind of awkward to set up. Sanan, you know, is where they lay desks sideways on the ground. With a storm in the office? Why would they do that? What? I think I'd need to see the Onion video for context. Also, if you like the Onion, but want that but Canadian, the Beaverton, can highly recommend. It's a new healthy thing they claimed? Huh. How wide and deep is your hole you've got there? That's a question you should never ask somebody without buying them a drink first. It's about 10 Z levels, and I have no idea how wide. I'd have to count. I haven't looked. You only need 2 for what I'm doing, though. Although this has nothing to do with that, but that sentence just kind of reminded me of something, which is, what's something you can say about a girlfriend but not your partner? Which to me is always very, 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 very funny. It's like, what is something you can say about a video game but not your partner? It's like, well, I'm waiting for early access to release. Gonna kickstart that one. Not gonna kickstart that one. See, it was fun, but it was too grindy. Your wife wasn't early access? Well... Not gonna comment on that one, because it's wife. Went it first, but the post-game sucks? Yep. Too much grinding in the end game in reality. I just wish the party was bigger. It was one of my favorite ones. Saw that one on Reddit. That's called a brain isn't fully incapacitated because running at full capacity because I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning to watch an F1 race. Like, go easy on me, banana. Posted it in memes. Okay, I'll watch it later. The Onion's kind of incredible, though. That how to cook an easy meal with only 41 plates, 2,000 pots, and 647 pans, or whatever the fuck it was. It's not that big of a number. I'm exaggerating, but... Serves 1. Easy meal. 3-step process. Only requires 1 billion pans. It's just incredible. It just keeps accelerating. It's practically a how-to basic video. They should really just hire How to Basic to do some of those videos again. Or they should just do those videos again. Like, America needs to stop throwing money into a giant hole. Why should America stop throwing money into a giant hole? Because it's bad for America. In the meantime, you found this shit. My dentist will love this. That's all I have to say to that. I would fall asleep so fucking fast at that. Wouldn't get shit done. I mean, it literally says good luck staying awake at the top. I would fall asleep immediately in that. Because the hole leads to China. This is true. You know, one of those is your bed. You'd get kind of cold in the winter, though. You've always fantasized about a swivel desk that you can pull over in your bed. Hold on a second. Let me find you a thing. Ah! I love how I could just go to Google and type in gamer bed and get exactly the thing that I was thinking of. Here it is. This is the image I was... This is the best image of it. Sadly, they don't sell them in doubles. That's a real product that you can buy, by the way. The words gamer bed. Well, I mean, that's a gamer bed. You think that, like, standing and is bad for you? Try playing games like that all day. Good lord. You think IKEA Japan was doing a better one? Oh, probably. I mean, here's another promo shot from that particular advertising campaign. $10,000 for the word gamer? I don't think it was that much. I never looked at the pricing, but I seem to recall them not being ridiculously expensive. It was like a kind of expensive bed frame, basically. It's basically just like a bed frame with a desk attached. Like, that's all it is. Yeah, there's like a shelf to hold your games and shit. It's almost as stupid as that fucking what's it called? It's almost as stupid as the right, that KFC console, which is just a high-end gaming PC with that's an upstairs. Which is just a high-end gaming PC with like a thing that keeps your chicken warm. Because it uses the heat from your graphics card to keep your chicken warm. The KF console, yeah. The KFC console. It's an console, not a console. Console. I prefer to be an on-sole instead of an off-sole, though, to be fair. Popeyes is better. We don't have that in Canada, so can't confirm nor deny. At least not this part of Canada. Also, by the way, yes, it's a real thing, and yes, you can buy it. Everybody thought it was a joke, and then they released it. It's got a built-in chicken chain. The sad part about this is it's a pathetically small amount of chicken you could actually keep in that. Like, who just, like, keeps chicken for later? You get fried chicken, you eat the fried chicken, and then you no longer have fried chicken. Like, that's how this works. You don't, like, leave the fried chicken in there for a couple hours and then eat it. But no, like, legit, it uses the heat from the graphics card to heat the fucking chicken. Kind of incredible, but... See, usually when I buy fried chicken, I go to this place that is privately owned and open 24 hours. It's a small local chain. And I'll go there, and I get a 2-piece combo with a water, and they charge me less because I get a water because I can't have pop, and fries, and then I go home and eat my chicken and gravy, and then sit on the sofa and wonder why the fuck I did that, and then I regret it. And then 8 months later, I do it again. I just have to be the correct level of high and depressed, and I go and I do that. Give you chicken? I don't have any chicken to give you, unfortunately, Pi. But I can say, hello, Pi. I hope you're doing well. I haven't been to KFC since the local KFC that we had here closed. We've not been to a KFC in a while. We've been to a knockoff KFC recently. Huh. Enjoy the lurks. Bye. Cheers, man. A little bit more ways to go. We're going to go all the way up to that lever, and then that's where we're going to stop. I mean, I'm sure the recipe changed, but what I'll say is, as an adult, you get more refined taste palette, and generally you realize that the food that you liked when you were a kid, which was trash, is no longer good. It's just like whenever I hear adults state things like, oh, Lucky Charms used to taste so good and now it just tastes disgusting. Why did they change it? It's like, no, they didn't. You just grew up and actually developed a sense of flavoring and taste. What's up, by HQMD? It's going all right. Madunho. It's going all right. There's a knockoff KFC called CFC, relatively close to me. I've never been in there, but I've never been in there for one reason, and that's it's on a really notorious street, and they have they have a sign out front that is homeless folks eat free from noon till 2 p.m. and they opened during the pandemic. So I kind of, it's not that I don't trust people, but like that feels like a really good way to get sick. So I've just kind of never been in there. But yeah, it's also like kind of a nice local service that they do, and probably pretty good advertising, frankly. Good nap and wake up you to more me. Well, yeah, I'm still on. I've only been on for 6.5 hours. As somebody who used to cook like non-deep fried chicken at McDonald's, just because it's like not deep fried doesn't make it good for you. Could be less bad for you. It's still not good though. Mayor Town used to have a monk cafe that served people who can't afford food. That's wonderful. Oh, stir fry is super unhealthy. But you can make it super healthy. It just tastes better if it's not healthy. Just like pad thai can be healthy, but not the way I make it. What's the healthiest thing you sold at McDonald's? The salad without the dressing. Dressing made it not healthy again. Ironically, actually, in McDonald's, if you eat all of the dressing that they give you, it has almost as many calories as a Big Mac. It's called chick filler. Okay, that's funny. That's actually I like that name. That's a good name, IHQMD. The other healthy thing that McDonald's sells is the oatmeal, because it's like oatmeal. It's just instant oatmeal. Those are the two like sort of healthy things that they have. And as somebody who worked there for way too long, what I would do for lunch is, like the first year I worked there, I would eat McDonald's most shifts. But after about 8 months of that, I got pretty fucking sick of everything at McDonald's. I would usually try the new things once, just so I could tell people, in fact, that they tasted like shit and they shouldn't buy it. And then all I would do is I would bring a slice of bread or 2 slices of bread into work and an apple. And I would put 2 pieces of real cheese onto my bread. And then I would just take a little bit of everything from the condiments section and just put it onto my sandwich. So I'd have like, sometimes I'd steal pieces of bacon, but usually it would just be like, I'd take some lettuce, I'd take some tomato, I'd take like some, I don't know, some, like maybe a slice or 2 of bacon, because it's just fucking bacon, like, really. I would take sometimes onions, sometimes red onions, sometimes white onions. Basically all the little bits and pieces that like go into the burgers, which was just like mass farmed vegetables, and just put that. This is McDonald's bacon, and McDonald's does a very good job of fucking up bacon. I'm not really a bacon apologist, but McDonald's bacon is shit. Don't ever eat it. It's terrible. It's awful. It has the consistency, flavor, and like crunchiness of cardboard. It's McDonald's bacon we're talking about. McDonald's has always had bacon. They've had bacon for as long as McDonald's has existed. There's like, I would almost extend that to, I don't think I've had good restaurant bacon, but that's because almost all like restaurants have it sitting, and the second you let bacon sit more than like 30 seconds, it's not worth eating anymore. Don't get a snack wrap, they're terrible. The only thing you should get from McDonald's is their water. Stop giving them money, please. So I'm going to say something very politically charged and controversial, chat. I don't like bacon. At least not as much as everybody. Like, it's fine. It's fine. But, like, I very selectively eat meat now. It's something that I started doing about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago now. I eat meat maybe once a week. So if I'm going to eat meat infrequently, and be vegan the rest of the time, which is what I am, I want something good. Like, really. I want something good. I want a nice piece of sirloin. I want a good slice of salmon. I want like a nicely made sausage. I don't need a fucking piece of bacon. You know, like if I'm going to splurge once every other week, which is about how often I actually eat bacon. Maybe once a week, maybe every other week. Or meat, not bacon. But like maybe once every other week. It's like I want something nice. I don't want bacon. Bacon is fine. Like as a garnish on a salad, it's fine. As like a slice with some eggs and toast, it's a classic like unhealthy breakfast. It's fine. But if I'm only going to buy meat for myself once every so often, I want something good. No, absolutely, but that's the same for everything. But I would rather have an okay steak once every other week than great bacon. Of course I did, dude, I worked in kitchens for years. Of course I distinguished between different types of bacon. I also had an ex-girlfriend who used to live with me who was obsessed with meat and loved all different kinds of meat. I got very good at cooking good quality thick bacon and back bacon and thin sliced bacon and fatty bacon and lean bacon and bacon. It's the last cut of meat I will select. I'll take pork butt, which is literally bacon, thick cut, before I'll take bacon. Like, I would rather have like any other cut of the pig. if I'm going to eat pork than bacon. I'm sorry, I can hear my arteries screaming. I've had deep fried bacon before. I've had like deep fried thick bacon at fairs. But yeah, that's my politically charged controversial statement. I don't really like bacon. It's my last choice of meat. You don't need to live the way I do, chat. You can eat meat with every meal if you want. But I actually find that I've been healthier, and it's easier for me to manage my blood sugar and my various issues when it comes to being healthy with food by just not eating meat. So much easier. The reason you want to know why there's a gray one in the mix? It's an artifact. This one's an artifact. It's like 1,000 times more valuable than the rest of them. Yeah. Also, I don't really care about symmetry. So. If it's triggering, I'm sorry. Can't help you. But the reason that's there is it's an artifact. I don't know what that means. Oxwix, so I will just smile and nod. Hey, Katsu, what's up? See, I just say I'm a weekday vegan. I cheat on the weekends. Which isn't totally true. It's more like I'm a vegan who eats meat occasionally. Like, vast majority of the time I'm vegan. Like, whenever I comment on, like, eating stuff with cheese, it's not real cheese, it's vegan cheese. And before Chad, like, starts being a dietitian, I literally have 2 dietitians that call me once a month to talk to me about how I'm eating and whether or not it's healthy because of fucking diabetes, so... Won't I lose my vegan powers? I mean, I that's how I, you know, do my commuting the rest of the time is I can fly to and from the grocery store. It's actually quite nice. Really sucks, though, when, like, I can't go to the moon to hang out with my mom. I don't know. I think it would be cool if, like, the planet didn't fall over, and I think that it would also be cool if everybody ate 1/4 of the amount of cow that they eat, but... I mean, I too have seen Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I know how vegan powers work. It's a good movie, actually. Also a good comic book. Mona Flowers. Those dreamy eyes. Although, truthfully, I'm still slightly bothered by the fact that that movie failed to mention the fact that Ramona Flowers is able to travel through interdimensional time portals. Like, that whole, like, subplot of, like, space-time continuum shenanigans just gets completely left out of the movie, but... Is that a question or a statement? Anton? Because it reads like a statement, but you put a question mark at the end, so I don't understand. But I said cows, not cells, if that's what you're thinking. If everybody ate 1/4 of the cows, our Earth would be in a much better place, and there'd be a lot less factory farming in North America. I mean, not as much of a problem in Europe, but Jesus Christ, over here, it's kind of terrifying. Damn it, America, stop it. And I do eat eggs, but I only eat eggs when I can get them at the farmer's market. And it's been pouring rain every Friday, so I haven't been to the farmer's market in a while. There's a mom and pop place that sells eggs. I also, to be clear, I realize I'm in a very privileged position where I have like access to all of this shit and some people don't. So if you don't have access to all this shit and like you have to eat what you gotta eat, you gotta eat what you gotta eat. Also, not everybody can like afford to splurge on food like I do. I said cows, not cells, yeah. If everybody ate 1/4 of the cow that they normally eat, our world would be in a much better place. And I'm not really like pointing at people who maybe eat like a steak once a month. I'm pointing at the people who are like, I eat ribs or steak every night for dinner. Beans are good. So are potatoes. So is rice. So is veg. So are nuts. So are other things. Used to eat eggs every day as a child, and then you realize you don't like the flavor, and now you cannot eat them anymore. Really? Oh, interesting. Blue Rotor, the square dropped in old age. Man. End of an era. This dwarf just died of old age. This dwarf was like 100 and something years old. Rest in peace, Blue Rotter. This Blue Water was the wife of my mayor for like 150 years, who passed away of old age about 10 years ago in game. Maybe a little bit more now. The end of an era. Had like 12 children. Well, in fact, Quivenir was the mother, or what was the one of the children, Quivenir. Was one of the middle children. It actually looks like, yep, one of her kids. Putting her in a tomb. Well, that's kind of sad. Does pork chop counts as what? Meat? Because, yeah. What question is that? Realistically, like, as humans, right? If you actually, like, look at, like, the peoples that we came from, like the hunter-gatherer societies and the early farmers, realistically, people ate meat occasionally when they had it. And it was like a big feast when they had access to meat. It was either like an annual thing when the slaughters would happen or when someone came back from a hunt, right? We didn't really have access to meat all the time. Realistically, in order for our planet to not fry itself, we as a society should, assuming you're in a developed country, and where you have access to a variety of food, should only eat meat roughly once a week. If every person on Earth only ate meat once a week, the amount of necessary factory farming we would need to do would tank, which would also drastically help methane production in the atmosphere. Of course, like, so would landing all airplanes on Sundays, but I digress. But pork and beef are destroying our planet. Also, pork and beef, for those of you who are like, man, I don't want to eat cute animals that are, like, well-behaved. Just remember, cows and pigs are smarter than your dog. Just remember that. Corn's actually not that great for you, but we should stop making corn into corn syrup and make more corn meal. Cows are creepily smart. Like, we shouldn't just eat corn. Like, we should eat meat. It's good for you. We just shouldn't eat meat more than once a week. The actual problem with all of the corn farming that we do is we don't use it for corn. We use it for other things. We turn it into corn syrup. We use it in, we like pull it apart in a lab and use it in a billion other things that are terrible for you. You're not funny, Jacobo. It's just, I think I just always love how fucking hypocritical it is when people are just like, oh, I don't want to eat a dog because a dog is smart. It's like, well, you realize a cow's smarter than a dog, right? My neighbors used to have these milk cows that they never would slaughter. And like, you could call them and they would show up. You could say apples and they'd come running across the field because we had moldy apples always. Where's the elves? There they are. Because we had moldy apples because we had a bunch of apple trees, so inevitably some of them would get too ripe and fall. So we'd scream apples and we'd throw the apples across and they'd come over and eat them. Cranberry farming? Yeah, there's, hold on. Let's see if I can find a Google image of the local cranberry fields. Yeah, I can legit just find you Google images. This is the Richmond cranberry fields. And this is like, I don't know, 30 minutes on a bus from me. There's dikes that go all the way around them, and it's all public property, so you can just walk around them. But yeah, I've definitely walked around them during the cranberry harvests. They're neat. It's a good biking spot. You realize that America's only existed for like 200 years, 300 years, right? Just checking. Lots of things change. But also, things don't change if people just stay the way they are. You know, it's funny, right? I try and be that streamer who's like, I'm not here to sell you video games, right? Just here to play games I like while talking. Maybe I can help you think about some things better, you know? I'm not telling you to be like me and, like, forcibly shrink your diet to be less interesting, to feel better about your impact on the planet, right? You don't need to be like me, but maybe think about it. Like in this fort, I have a ridiculously large amount of food in this fort. You're wondering what their diet is? It's every single part of yaks, unicorns, and cattle, and sometimes pigs. We always have some sort of bird stock. Currently it's chickens, so chicken eggs, and occasionally chicken meat. And a wide variety of turnips, vegetables, various flours. We have rye flour, wheat flour, and one other flour, which get baked into roasts, which is like my mental brain image of dwarven bread. We had sugar for a bit, and then I stopped it. We have royal jelly and honey and mead. About a dozen different kinds of wine and beer. But yeah, we have a stupid amount of food. I mean, fun fact, the ancient Greeks had French fries. The ancient Greeks would cut potatoes in the same shape as fries and would fry them in animal fat. We are very uncreative people, is the reality. The Europeans discovered corn through them. I mean, corn isn't native to Europe, is it? I don't think it is. Did you just go Google that, Tucky? Because, like, I swear to God, that's a fact. Ancient Greeks had French fries. But also, they didn't come from French, so don't say bye-bye, France. Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. It's also like we eat squash and pumpkins over here, but Europe doesn't, because like in Canada and the US, because we have this space to grow them and it's an impractical food stuff over there. So like I eat squash over here and take pictures of various squash things, and Europeans are like, "The fuck's that?" Like, it's a squash. What? I mean, see, here's the like I think this misconception, and I think this is kind of what you're hitting at, Annex. I'm not sure if I'm accurate or not, but I mean, I wonder that every time I eat them, and then I go, delicious, chocobo. But non-meat food doesn't automatically mean it's disgusting. Just that statement of you could just have potatoes and the nutrient paste dispenser and get extra calories out of it. It's like, that's not what non-meat food is. Food can be delicious if prepared correctly. It doesn't really matter what the ingredients are. Like, if you cook a carrot accurately on a barbecue, it can be damn near as tasty as a hunk of meat. Just all about how you cook it. I figured it was a Rimworld joke, but I also just kind of wanted to clarify that. It's like, I've definitely encountered people before that are just like, meals aren't a real meal if they don't have meat in them. And it's like, or like you're missing out on something. It's like, well, I like meat a whole lot, but I also like cake. I don't eat cake every day. That's bad for me. I brought a chipmunk and a horse. Oh, also we have all these nuts that I keep buying from the elves. Pretty ready supply. How about horse meat? I've never eaten horse because it's not legal to eat horse where I live. And I don't really have any desire to eat horse. I'd eat kangaroo because they're technically a pest. But I've also never had the opportunity to eat kangaroo. I have fed kangaroo to a cat, though. I mean, horses need a lot of space. They're very impractical food stuff. It doesn't surprise me. Most meat tastes the same. There's a reason everything tastes like chicken. I mean, I'm just saying. Like, you know, we breed cows to be like, you know, food, right? How about instead of breeding cows to be food, we miniaturize them and make them like dogs? Because I learned that cows exist in this format relatively recently. I'm just trying to find a good picture. I learned that cows exist in this format recently. And I think that we should just breed cows to be fluffy dogs instead of breeding cows to be meat. I'm just saying. See, that's just disturbing for its own set of reasons, Oswix. You would feel nothing but suffering? Mini cows are actually healthier than full-size meat cows. Believe it or not. Like these guys are often healthier and happier than, like, cows that are fattened up for food. They can function as lawnmowers too. Yeah, exactly. It's like getting a dog that cuts your lawn. It's great. I see no problem with this. It's excellent. They eat your rotten fruit, they eat your dinner scraps, and they eat your lawn. It's great. It's excellent. I see no problem with this. Just look up mini cows. It's the dog that cuts your lawn. It's great. It literally, it's a business that sells itself. How you doing, Rory? Welcome back. Although, side note, we shouldn't have lawn. We should have clover because bees like it more. But I'm not gonna jump onto that hole now too. I'm already like in the goody two shoes save the planet mode. I don't know if I should also be in the goody two shoes now don't have lawns anymore mode. Me and my dad have become self-proclaimed clover terrorists. Every spring, and I started doing this 2 years ago. Every spring, I buy a kilogram of clover seeds, white clover seeds, and I fill up little containers with them. And I go from place to place outside where there's a lot of lawn and grass late at night in the summer, and I sprinkle clover seed over on people's lawns. I'm a clover terrorist. And I sprinkle clover seed on public property where there's just flat grass with nothing in it. That's kind of mean. We need bees. Like, flat. We need bees. And they love clover. Seems like the grass would win. No, clover pops up over grass and keeps the grass from growing too tall, actually. It's the opposite. Clover actually coexists very nicely with grass. Clover honey's delicious. Yeah. Clover plays really nice with grass. Doesn't kill the grass, grows up taller than the grass and shades the grass so the grass doesn't grow super tall, and actually like makes you have to cut your lawn less. The only problem is it brings bees, which to prissy parents with little children get mad because they're like, nah, bees bad. But like in reality, like the bees that really like those are mason bees and bumblebees, which don't even fucking sting. So also that, yeah, it's good for your soil. There's a reason why people have to fertilize their grass and water their grass constantly. It's because, like, grass isn't supposed to grow here. Grass isn't, like, the types of grass that people grow on their lawn is not natural to the vast majority of the places that have grass. Like lawns. Like, it's an invasive species. You know, you wish that parents would teach their kids that, but in my experience, what parents teach their kids is bees is wasp and wasp sting. Yellow bug scary squish it is what parents teach their kids. Although I like to think that, like, my generation who are having kids now are maybe smarter than the one before. Large parts of Europe, northern places, like, grass that grows naturally in fields is either in the plains, far north up in the Alpine, and out in Europe. You never understood lawns? Who likes nothing but grass? It's called urban planning and gentrification. There's plenty of books on it, Anton. I've never been to Denmark, so I couldn't tell you, but I've been to northern Canada. And there's natural grass up there. But, like, anything fucking south of, like, Whitehorse in Canada, which is basically roughly the same, what's the word, latitude as Finland, anything below that shouldn't have lawn. Anything below that should just be clover or some other format. Although, the clover that I actually spread around is specifically Dutch. Because it's, even though it's not natural to here, it's been here for hundreds of years now, and bees love it. And it grows fine anywhere. And it plays nice with grass. Also, why am I like Oprah? I'm just kind of confused by that comment. I'm very confused by that comment. Why am I like Oprah? I've never watched Oprah. I know Oprah from the, and you get a thing, and you get a thing, and everybody gets a thing meme. That's the only, like, actual, like, knowledge I have of Oprah. Allegedly, I'm a strong black woman, apparently. She has a bees meme? You get a bee, and you get a bee, and everybody gets a bee? That's the only Oprah meme I know, I'm sorry. Mr. Beast is more like Oprah. Oh, God. You disgust me. Can you not just, like, explain it? Why do I have to watch a fucking video? I'm gonna turn on captions and see if this checks out. Because I can't unmute this. Oh, I get it. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Screens of the grass and have that as wild nature because you're part lazy and part lazy and part liking biodiversity. That sounds pretty great. That sounds pretty great. Yeah, I don't know. I live in a tiny fucking apartment, and so in the middle of a city, so all I can really do is try and throw clover seeds everywhere. And do the same. Go buy some clover seeds. Come over your neighbor's lawn. Just do it at night and dodge the cameras. It's kind of fun because, like, when I was younger, right, I was an absolute fucking delinquent for a while, right? Like, I've spray painted shit. I've, like, tagged stuff with my name. I've, like, gone around blowing up people's pumpkins on Halloween. I've, like, thrown firecrackers into, like, into drains in cities. I've done all that shit. Like, I was one of those kids, and I still have that brain. I still have that need to just, like, vandalize people's stuff. But I do it now by throwing clover seed on your lawn instead of, like, fucking actually doing, like, damage that could get me in trouble. "16-year-old blind was not a good person." Sounds like it's good for your walk, except they're probably going to kill you if you're in a big city park here. I mean, just, like, do you have any idea how incognito it is to just have, like, all you really need is, like, I say this as somebody who has medicine bottles everywhere. Take a medicine bottle, pop a hole in the top of it, right? And then just hold your finger over top of it, full of seed. And then when you walk around park, hold it in your hand like this, and then just shake it. Put it in your pocket. Take it out, shake it, put it back in your pocket. I wouldn't clover a plant patch. I wouldn't do that. The only things that I'll clover is flat lawn. Flat lawn. Lawn with nothing else in it. If there's a couple dandelions in it, I won't clover it. If there's a couple flowers there, I'll leave it alone. If someone has a garden, I'll leave it alone. I should spell blind. Follow twitch.tv/blindIRL all the way across the football field. No, I'm not that smart. I don't have that much clover seed. That would take a lot of clover seed. What are you taking out and shaking exactly? A medicine bottle about this big. How much clover seed? No, thanks. No, it's fine. If you want to donate money to me to make me buy more clover seed, I'll do that. Cost me around $40 a year to buy my clover seed. Although, like, genuinely, if I were to ever start, like, some sort of fucking nature movement, it would be replace all lawns with clover. Because, like, let's be honest. It's hard to search clover fields without finding the film Cloverfield. Like, fields of clover are pretty. Look at this shit. Like, if you had the option between this or just, like, plain-ass fucking lawn, who doesn't want this? You want a moss lawn? Then you need a lot of shade. Moss lawn's easy, though. If you have shade, you'll just get a moss lawn. My parents had a moss lawn before they landscaped their backyard and made it into a massive garden. Just because, like, that's how their garden grew. Hey, LaFonda. Your dwarf broke their leg, but they put a cast on and you got some stitches and you're fine now, I think. Yep, you're fine now. Yeah, mine are caving. Your leg got mangled beyond recognition. How do you tend a clover lawn? You don't. Clover only grows about the white clover only grows about this tall. So legit, you don't need to mow a clover lawn. Like, I'm not exaggerating when I state that if you get a clover lawn, you don't need to mow it. You really don't need to. Like, you can, but like the frequency at which you need to mow clover is significantly less than grass because it grows so much slower. If you get pink clover, then you'll need to tend to it because pink clover grows about that tall. But if you get white clover, it grows about that tall and it just stays that tall. Then, like, I grew up in the country and about 80% of our lawn where I grew up was clover. Because my parents just fucking seeded it all with clover to stop the grass from overgrowing. But, LaFonda, how you doing? It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. Did you ever get a chance to look into Songs of Six at all? Because I know you were interested in it. So, chat, tomorrow morning, some of my teammates are playing Age of Empires. The new one. Just in, like, local fun games. I'm debating on a few things, because it'll be right when I start the stream normally. So I can just kind of ask you guys. Should I just join them and stream it? Should I join them and not stream it? And then stream when they're done? Or should I just skip? Because normally I take Mondays off, so I would normally join them and not stream it. Should I join them and stream it? Join and stream? 1 point for join and stream. All right, chat. But here's the rule. You guys got to show up at start stream time for some Age of Empires then. And then I think after that's done, we'll play some Caves of Cut tomorrow. I think that's the plan for tomorrow. When is start stream time? 9 a.m. Pacific. But we'll be skipping records tomorrow morning. Relative to now, it's 4 p.m. Pacific right now. So 5 hours plus 12. So 17 hours from now. You have exams 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.? That should be illegal. An absurd amount of exams, dude. Hey, Nano. Why do I feel threatened by that high? It's just a combination of the smile with that emo. It's a good emo combo, but jeez. Because, yeah, I think it's going to be like almost the whole team. As far as I know, it's going to be me, Jess, FG, Kiri, and Evil Trick. Maybe we can trick Bellinair to joining too. I was close to a waterfall. I am relieved. Well, let's give you some stone detailing so you can have a second task to go do. Mondays are usually busy. All right. Well, your best is all that I can ask, right? Anyway, Chad, buy some clover and go seed your neighbor's lawn. Maybe not your neighbor's, but go seed your local lawns. Seed lawns that are far enough away from you that people won't notice. My, like, go-to way to do that is just I go to parts of town that are, like, city-owned property that are just boring, like, grass lawns. I just walk around, just sprinkle seed everywhere. I mean, if you live in a farming village, then you're fine. This is more for people who live in cities. More for people who live in places that are, like, either very gentrified and have a lot of lawns and, like, no flowers or anything. Or for people who live in cities. Which is kind of the same thing. If you live in the country, you're probably fine. You've probably got plenty of biodiversity already. Suburban, hell, yes. With clover, as long as there's no snow, you're probably fine. But yeah, if the ground is freezing at night, it's pretty bad to seed right now. I'm going to start seeding again probably in late February, early March. Currently, I'm not. But late February, early March, I will start again. But clover is pretty hardy. Clover will just kind of grow through anything. They don't really care. Funness from remembering making a friend. Oh, hey, you've got a lover who's the same lover who's in love with everybody. This dwarf is currently my hero, though. I'm kind of keeping an eye on her to see if she gets any more. Because the record number of lovers that one dwarf had was a husband and 12 lovers. So currently we're up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Gotta like double that to catch up with Axon the First. She's like your ex. She's got 7 exes. Should name this one Ramona Flowers. Yeah, that was one of the old U's, Axon. Yeah, because you were the captain of the guard. You were married. You had like a couple. You had a handful of children, but you were also lovers with every single person in the entirety of the military. So you were in love with every single person in both squads, which was 12 dwarves. So you were lovers with every single dwarf in the military. Also, this dwarf is bi because like this is like 2 dudes and the rest are all girls. So, that's also a fun fact. Dwarf Fortress. It's a fun video game. They fight harder in battle to impress you. I mean, it was a very efficient squad you guys had. None of you guys ever got mad, so. I guess it worked. Read Introduction to Interviews. Time to catch shut-eye? You have a good shut-eye. Cheers, Chocobo. I'm trying to debate what to do for the end of the stream. Could do more Songs of Six, but I got lots of Songs of Six footage right now. Could do more War Tales, but I kind of don't feel like starting a new one. People cannot get over herbs? What? What do you mean people can't get over herbs? There's like a very confused peacock in the middle of this. It's just like panicking. It doesn't know where to go. Oh, there it goes. Finally figured out how to get out of there. Oh, people that just like rip herbs out of the garden even though they don't realize what they are? It's like there's behind the hedge in my buildings, like, because there's like a communal garden in my building. Well, it's not really a communal garden. It's just kind of the building's garden, and it's maintained by Strata. One of my neighbors planted a bunch of basil one year and some mint plants behind one of the hedges. You can't see them at all, but they're there. And the basil kept self-seeding every year and growing back the next year. And this mint patch just kept extending and extending and extending. At some point this year, one of the gardeners that they paid to come and garden, we just went back there with a fucking weed eater and obliterated all of it. And it's like suddenly like this kind of communal basil that we were all just allowed to take from because my neighbor grew it. I was just like, yeah, no, go take some basil. And all of this mint just like is gone now, and it just kind of makes me sad because it's like I grow my own in my little pots out on my porch, and I have a bunch of kale plants and tons of herbs and various other things, and it's just frustrating that like the main thing that I like cut back on growing was basil because I knew that I could just hop the hedge and grab some basil. It sucks. Your internet today? No. Is your internet falling over? Sucks. really trying to debate on what to do for the evening today, and I'm kind of stuck. I don't really know what to do. Gonna hop off to beds. We'll see you later, Animal. We could just call it early. I kind of should nap. I don't know. Kind of debating on maybe like some like Songs of Six or Conquest of Elysium. I'm too tired to do Caves of Cut. I can tell you that for a fact. I need to pester Epion and ask him when that new update's coming out. So I'd love some Jupiter Hell for Christmas. That would be fantastic. I don't want to wait 6 months before playing that. But I also don't want to play that when I'm kind of tired because I feel like it would just make me mad. For lawn to be fireproof and children runnable, they need to mow. They need one mow a year in the middle of the summer? Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. Lawns are one of these things. There's three things about modern society that really piss me the fuck off. Designing cities for cars and not public transit so that everybody kind of needs to own a car in order to function in society. Problem number one. Problem number two is the obsession with lawns and refusal to just like let lawns grow. Although, shoutouts to my portion of the Greater Vancouver area for making it illegal to cut your lawn throughout the summer. You have to let it grow. And then the third thing that really bothers me about modern society is the insistence on eating meat like 5 times a week. I have a meeting at 10:30 at night tonight, Rory. So, unfortunately. Not just bikes? I don't believe I've ever even heard of that. Is that like a YouTube channel on city planning or something? I just read about city planning generally. I look up like architecture articles and whatnot. Never heard of them. Never heard of them, Oswix. Probably. They're not uncommon topics. Hey, Verbose, what's up? Yeah, I mean, they're not uncommon topics. It's not like I made all of this shit up. I'm just kind of a modern tech hippie, and there's a lot of us. There's at the very least dozens of us. But I'm also aware of the fact that I'm excessively privileged. Not many people. Not many people, well, maybe not many, but less people than there should be are in the same positions as me. I like how Oswix is like Canadian YouTuber and then Anton says an American. If this person's actually Canadian, don't ever call them American. That's like that's like saying that somebody from Russia is Chinese. Don't ever do that. The best way to make a Canadian never your friend ever, 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 ever again. Buzzing. I did. Oh, I'm sure. There's plenty of good like urban planning YouTube channels. I just don't really seek them out. If you call me buddy, I will hurt you. But I don't believe I've ever been called guy. Guy's a name. You shouldn't call people Guy. I don't like being called American, and I live here. Yeah, I know. But yeah, calling if you call a Canadian American, it's like the most offensive thing you can say to a Canadian. Sorry, Brander. It's a personal thing. I can't stand being called buddy. Unless I know you really well, in which case then I will let you deal with it, but yes, but I live in Canada. I don't live in North America, right? You're forgetting that North America is a province that a country that most Canadians kind of dislike decided to usurp the name of, all right? It's like telling somebody from New Zealand that they live in Australia because technically they're in the same province. Or not province. They're technically in the same continent landmass off the bottom on islands. Do not call Canadians Americans. It's extremely offensive. Hey, really? What's up? Well, back at you, friend. Good to see you. You don't, because there's only 2 countries in Canada. They're in North America. Well, technically there's 3. There's Canada, there's America, and there's Mexico. If you tell somebody from Mexico that they're North American, they will kill you. And I'm not joking. You tell somebody from Canada that they're from North America and they'll glare at you judgmentally. The thing is, each of the countries in North America are bigger than Europe. So just specify which of the 3 countries you're talking about. Cave moss engulfing your fort. Build floors on them and don't pour water on the floors. Outside of that, cave moss will engulf. There's nothing you can do about it. I can't speak for Alaskans, but they're Americans generally, I would assume. Most Alaskans that I know are the most painfully American people I've ever met, so. That's not North America, Domini. We're not talking about Central or South America. We're talking about North America. Alaskans would probably kill you if you called them Canadian too, so to be totally fair. This is a really cool image. What, the thing behind me? Dwarves are detailing floors on the bottom of a giant pit that I've dug out. In school, they'd watch a video and they had an American accent and they had an American accent and they'd all groan. I believe it. Yes, but I don't give a shit what happened where you're from. Don't call Canadians American, Anton. If I know somebody who's from the Ukraine, I will refer to them as Ukrainian. If I know somebody who's from Russia, I will refer to them as Russian. I'm not going to call somebody from the Ukraine Russian. If you know somebody who's Canadian, don't call them an American. They're a Canadian. So if you know somebody is Canadian, and you know somebody is Canadian, call them Canadian. If you make the mistake, that's fine. But if they correct you, respect it. Because just remember, there's more people in LA than there is in Canada. Respect us for being a different country. And because the United States of America has usurped the name America for their country, the continent might as well not be called America anymore. That country's called America. And if you say somebody's American, you're not referring to them as a North American. If you specify North American thing, I'll give you a pass. I won't hit you. But if I know you and I'm standing there face to face and you call me American in my face, I will punch you. And I will get an assault charge. So don't make me hurt anybody in public, please. I've definitely clocked people in the head before for calling me American. One of the worst fights I ever got into was somebody who called me American. Lots of people do, verbose, myself included. No one does. Oswix, no one does. But generally, what I would say is if you think it's acceptable to call a Canadian an American because they live in North America, try calling somebody from Mexico who's passionate about their country American and see what happens. Because they're technically also in North America. It's old world versus new world, pretty much, yeah. For you, translates into white supremacy because you live in the US, and B, it's literally propaganda. For me, it's Canada exists, and a lot of people pretend it doesn't. There's not as many people in Canada as there is in the States. The States has taken the name of the continent that we all share and usurped it as the name of their country. Do not call my country America, because we are not America. I don't have to pay an arm and a leg for my insulin and can function as a disabled person in this country. If I lived in the States, I'd be bankrupt and wouldn't be allowed to stream full-time because I would have to be on disability and I wouldn't be able to make any money doing this. Like, I actually could make less than $10,000 a year, which I do make more than. So, yeah. I don't know. Use this as a learning opportunity. And like Orion D&D said, it's a respect thing. Respect is important. And it's also not quite the same thing as Europe, because Europe is a group of countries that all work together, where you quite literally don't need a passport to move from one to the other. Not only do I need a passport to go down to the States, but one of the more recent times I went down there, I got separated aside and strip searched because apparently I look like a dope dealer. So, yeah, I don't even like crossing the fucking border. Just don't. I hate it. The worst. I look like a librarian? That's a new one. I mean, dope is pretty dope. Juggler. The ironic part, though, is weed is legal in the state just south of me, so... Oh, shit! Dwarf is giving birth to a girl. Oh, of course it's this one, too. Well, dwarf with many boyfriends and girlfriends had a baby. Who's the dad? I'm actually kind of curious about this. Earl is the dad. Okay, so it is the husband who's the dad. Allegedly. Does anybody want to be this brand new baby girl? Chat? Any takers? No, the major corporations propagandize people into voting no. You are alive, Rory, yes. Nano says, nah. Oswix, do you want a dwarf? I'm looking for people who I know haven't had one in a while. Swix. She is the daughter of Kickroast and Iral, and is a worshiper of the Spear of Incineration, and a worshiper of Ashen. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her very long hair is neatly combed, and her nose is narrow. Her ears are somewhat narrow, and her very long hair is neatly combed. Her somewhat broad head is somewhat short, and her hair is a crew. Her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyes are cobalt. She personally has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsmanship and values independence, values eloquence, and does not particularly value the truth. Yes, I read that line twice. I'm sorry. She is driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest... She's not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. And she strongly prefers decisions and ideas and abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. She is a perfectionist and is sloppy with her living space. She is quick to form negative views about things and tends to not be swayed by the emotions of others. She is brave in the face of imminent danger and has a tendency towards... And she tends to not reveal personal information. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and has a greedy streak. She likes to brawl, and she does not go out of her way to help others. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and rarely is happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept but needs alcohol to get through the working day. Welcome to the Fort, Oswix. She is a very conflicted person, I would say. For the Fort. Double-combed hair made sense too. I read that line twice. That's my fault. You recommend Hobo? Hobo had a dwarf very early on in Longdeath and none since. Speaking of Hobo, actually chat in general. Not tomorrow, but the week after, on the 20th, is my 2000th stream. I don't know what I'm doing. I haven't planned it yet. I'm still thinking about it. But anybody down for some duck game that Monday evening? I want to do some sort of viewer game at some point that evening. Anybody want to play duck game on my 2000th stream? Because I think we should make that happen. Hobo says yes. Okay, so what you're saying is you'll be around in the evening on the 20th? You'll be down, but you're horrible at it, which means Hobo just creams all of us. Duck game? You don't know what duck game is? Shameful. Duck game is clearly duck game. Duck game is, well, it can describe itself best itself.
Introducing Duck Game.
There it is.
Adult Swim's new Steam game about ducks. Grab some friends, choose a hat, then shoot each other in the face. Enjoy lightning-fast rounds, online multiplayer,
That's duck game.
and an irresponsible number of weapons. It's ducks beating the hell out of each other.
Yeah, that's duck game. And it's incredible. Also, it reached 20,000 reviews. Hell yeah. My favorite thing about Duck Game is Duck Game is made by one dude named Super Joe Bob, who made so much money making Duck Game that he just kind of moved to Japan. Like, he made a video game, made the entire game himself off of Ouya money, released it, got a publisher, released it onto Steam, and the game sold so well that he just, like, updates it once every 6 months and does game jams and moved to Japan. Like, from what I can tell, he's just kind of, like, chilling. I have so much respect for that. Like, who doesn't want to just be a suddenly successful game developer that just moves to Japan? Some regular show vibes? I'm familiar with the name Regular Show, but I've never actually seen it. All right, well, we are in early summer. The year is 356. I'm in stream for 7.5 hours. I think that's enough Longdeath for the day. Got some babies in the fort, which is good. A Cartoon Network cartoon. It would be weird if it wasn't, but a bluebird and a beaver or something. I've never heard of it. Well, I mean, I've heard of it. I've never seen it. never knowingly seen it. I may have seen it. I don't know.